next year. So the NDCs are really what each country is going to commit to do to achieve what needs to be achieved under the Paris Accord. And I think we all recognize, I mean, we've got this goal of keeping warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. And I think we're all concerned that we're not going to hit that, or we're not going to hit it in the amount of time that we need to. But I don't think we've given up hope that even if there's an overshoot that we can get back to it, right? But in order to be able to do that, we need to make sure that these are strong and ambitious pledges that come from each of the countries around the world as they submit their NDCs. Renewable energy targets absolutely have to be a key component of it. And when we step back and we look, we've got 170 countries that have set renewable energy targets for power generation with solar, wind, and hydropower, but only 140 have actually included them in their NDCs. And so we need to make sure that in this next round that we're closing that gap. And I think that's really important. You're going to hear this referred to as the finance COP, right? And so a lot of the focus will be on finance, and that's critical because we know that one of the things that's holding us back is having sufficient capital and finance in order to drive the change that we need. And so the numbers involved in the energy transition are a great example of the issue of the scale. So we know that there's a lot more that needs to be invested. So if we look at investment in renewables, we're at about $570 billion in 2023. That's good. That's a lot of money and it's good traction. But if we keep up that pace, we don't get to where we need to get to with respect to the commitments that were made last year in Dubai. We actually need to get to about 1.5 trillion every year to be able to get that. When you look at what the area of focus is going to be here, it can't only be on the dollar amounts. I think a lot of work has gone into getting to what the estimates for finance are, but it's got to be around the how. And so you're going to hear a lot about blended finance, around how the private sector and the public sector have got to come together to drive this financing. We need to focus on adaptation. And I think particularly when we look at the needs of the global south, adaptation has got to be key to the discussions that we're having. And then we've got to see, and it's nice that COP16 just happened and that COP30 is in Brazil. We need to see this tie between nature and climate because the two go hand in hand, and we've got to make sure that we're addressing both as we're looking forward.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Amy. And let me pause here and maybe pose this to the audience. Just a show of hands of how many people are hopeful of a finance-related outcome at the COP this year.
I think you probably see people doing a little of this.
Let me pick on my colleague Sabah and hear from him of what are your top 3 expectations of the COP this year?
I think the first expectation which everybody is having on the collective quantified goals, yeah, you see QG, what they say.
Yes.
So that's the first expectation. I mean, there will be some, I'm not sure how much will be fulfilled, but at least, I mean, there will be a quantified goal that should be decided during this COP. That's the first expectation. The second expectation is, as what Amy said, I mean, this year for developing countries, it's the last chance to submit their transparency report by December 2024. And of course, they are now going to submit the next round of the NDC targets as well. As Amy said, I mean, there are only about 100 countries which have renewable energy targets. Yeah. And those are, I mean, I would say 40% of them don't have quantified NDC targets. And they have very generic targets like renewable energy as part of their NDC. So I think it's an overlapping year between the transparency reporting and the new NDC targets. In the next round of the NDC targets, I'm hoping that the country would be able to give some quantified goals, especially on the renewable energy. I mean, what they are going to achieve. That's of course the second expectation. The third expectation would be the flexibility of negotiation between the developed and the developing nations this time. And I think, I mean, some of the developing nations are now being flexible, mainly on the financing side as well. where they are thinking of considering the concessional loan also as part of the finance. So these are three things which I would expect this COP to come out with some decision.
That's very interesting. And Amy, you also touched upon the topic of nature and energy transitions. And, we have started to see that different economies, face constraints decoupling emissions from their developmental trajectory. And, while there's been measurable progress, there's still much to be achieved. We recently, in fact, my colleague Sabah and your team from EY released the World Solar Reports. We do 3 of them annually, one on markets, technologies, and investments. And the outlook is very positive. There's a rise in capacity. Manufacturing is going to exceed demand. There's an employment boom in the solar industry. Investments have surged around 59% goes into solar from all the RE investments. Efficiencies have increased, but there's still a lot to be done. Now, most importantly is the pace and the measures in which you're deployed. It's the how part, that we are looking at addressing. Now, from this vantage point, it is actually necessary to expedite these energy transitions from a economic, social, and an environmental point of view. Solar does enable this. It's a home product now. It could go across natural ecosystems. But from your position, how do you see the role of solar energy evolving within the broader energy transitions? And what opportunity does this present to your clients?
Yeah, I think it presents a massive opportunity. And one of the things that I love that you mentioned in that question was around jobs as well. Right. Anytime that we're thinking about the energy transition, we've got to be thinking about the equitable energy transition. And a component of that is jobs. People can't lose their lives and livelihoods and still be expected to drive change. And so it's incredible the opportunity that's also associated with a shift to solar for those people who need to make sure that they have that lives and livelihoods. So I think we're incredibly bullish about solar. And when you think about the pace of change, it's accelerating even faster than the most optimistic scenarios had laid out. In 2023, there was a record 1.8 trillion investment in clean energy. And we're seeing an absolute biggest ever absolute increase in new capacity. But last year's surge, you'll hear me say both these, there's the positive and then there's still to think about. I mean, even with this surge, we're not seeing the increase in the pace that we need to see. And so when we dig deeper, there are challenges that loom with respect to the adoption and scaling of solar that we need. There have been years of underinvestment in the grid, and we need to make sure that we unlock that, and grid upgrades and expansion are critical. But that is exciting about this COP's agenda. There is a real focus on how to finance the energy transition in a way that we focus on the upgrades and the infrastructure that's required to enhance the grids. Energy efficiency is another key component of the outlook. Renewable energy capacity by 2030 and the electrification that's associated with that. The IEA estimate that as part of the renewable transition to reach net zero by 2050, we need to be installing the equivalent, and I think this is really important to understand, the equivalent of the world's current largest solar park on a daily basis. And so we know that a lot of investment has got to pour in, but we also are seeing that scaling. We're seeing a real boom in the adoption of solar across the US, Oceania, South Asia, driven by technologies that are scaling rapidly. But the cost, as we know, isn't even, right? And so we need to make sure that across the world, we're driving down the cost of adoption. And like you mentioned, I get really excited when we get to talk about green jobs. And so I think that this is an opportunity to drive people into new careers and new opportunities that they don't have today. And the focus on solar is increasing job availability as well.
So as you would know, the International Solar Alliance is now 120 member and signatory countries. And we work across these countries along our 9 programs. I don't want to put my colleagues into a spot, but I was on the kind of programs that we focus on, ranging from demonstration projects, viability gap funding, analytics and advocacy and capacity building program, because the needs are different and the solutions have to be nuanced as well. So
Thank you. Thank you, Karan. Thank you. And many thanks. This was a very, very interesting discussions. So very, very briefly, if I talk about ISA, you know, the real question, all across the globe, we recognize the issues. The question is how. So that's the most important question. And still we are far away in really addressing how part of it. So I would say that the devil is in the detailing. Uh, so that's the part which we are mindful of it, and considering these things, we are trying to see how we can they help the countries really to on ground, and then the kind of support them for the transition. Or I would say beyond the transition, many of the countries are in the question of the energy access. This is a very fundamental question, many of the global south countries. So that's where we are seeing. So what we have seen and what we tried is many of the LDCs and seeds, the to get the confidence of solar technology works. That's the first steps which we have taken. And then that is really looking back with the last 2 years, we have supported almost 27 countries, most of the projects of commission. So it gives a lot of confidence for the countries to take further steps. So that is one area. I'm looking beyond that. We see how do we, there is a very, very interesting point. As you go down into the rural areas, the affordability comes down and the cost of technology goes up. So how do you to reduce the cost of funding, thereby making it affordable, and then the market takes over slowly into a kind of you are creating that market. This is one idea which we are pushing. Second, of course, the global solar facility, which will also give confidence and attract the investors to these rural areas and all these things. So, we consider as two separate layers. One on a large scale solar project, still it may be a market driven and that maturity has come at least for the vanilla solar projects. Maybe the battery storage still the things need to work out better. But as we go into the rural areas, I think we need still important things which we are taking these actions. Yeah.
no, thank you, Ramesh ji. And in a nutshell, ISA does all enabling kind of activities. Be it viability gap funding, the global solar facility to reduce the risk perception. One of the key things that we see to scale up solar and also to bring in private capital is to manage the risks and have facilitative regulatory framework. That's extremely crucial for the private sector to come in. Now, well-designed regulations, of course, bring a stable and a predictable environment, including the strengthening of institutions. We have seen that in India as well. Now, solar projects, Amy, are also subject to regulatory and geopolitical risks. What are some of these unique risks that you have seen in your job, especially around solar investments? And how do you advise clients to manage them?
Yeah, so we get the opportunity at EY, because we're a global practice, to be able to see what businesses are facing around the world. And I do think that as organizations think about the role of sustainability in their business, that they look at things through multiple lenses. And one is, what are the risks that we need to manage? And those risks can take the form of what are the regulatory compliance requirements, but also, what are the risks to our supply chain? What is the risk to the stability of our business? And so organizations think through that lens. When you step back, a lot of the regulation that has been done over the past few years has really been focused on transparency and reporting. And that transparency and reporting will allow a leveler playing field with respect to understanding not only the commitments that organizations have made, but the progress that they're making along the way. And so we see coming out of Europe this year, CSRD, we're about to see the first reporting come through that. How it was written is written in a way that multinationals have to comply. So you don't necessarily just have to be based in Europe. We see significant reporting requirements out of India, and now we see the ISSB and their reporting requirements being adopted around the world. And I do think that that additional transparency in the system is going to drive greater accountability for organizations, but also put some healthy competition in the system as well. And so if you see that you're not moving as fast as your competitors, that is going to be a competitive disadvantage with your customers, because your customers are also having to factor in through scope 3 the emissions across the entire value chain. And so I think that that's going to help drive up demand in a way beyond what we've seen before. You also talked about the need, the need for businesses to really be able to plan on and what the regulatory frameworks are, right? It's very difficult if they're volatile. And one of the things that we do see pretty consistency is a look at like permitting reform. Because if you can't get a permit in a reasonable period of time, you're not going to be able to do the projects at the pace that we've seen as well. And so a lot going on in this space, but I'm really hopeful that this additional transparency drives rapid pace of change.
So what we see with solar is actually unlike any other generation source. It can actually come to your house.
Yeah.
You could put it on your roof, you could put it in your backyard. It's a home product now. It is also very, very well compliant with the natural ecosystems where a big part of our vulnerable population stay. One of the areas of operations that we have is in the small island states, and floating solar and working very well with communities, and mini and microgrids work very well there. Let me take this opportunity to invite Mr. Joshua Wycliffe, who's our Chief of Operations and was, before joining ISA, the Permanent Secretary for Environment in the government of Fiji, on his experiences of nature and solar and that combination working together. So over to you.
Thank you. Very insightful, what I've heard so far. Yes, I mean, there's no one size fits for all solution when you look at how you provide solar solutions to it. I mean, the small island states, the SIDS have one sort of problem. And even among the SIDS, you have the Pacific SIDS, the African SIDS, the Asian SIDS having their own political, geopolitical situation, as well as the financial, economic means to be able to. I always quote from one of my conversations I had with one of the SIDS prime minister recently, and asking for his fuel import bill. And he told me 42% of his GDP is spent on importing fuel. Such is the situation of SIDS. And my colleague spoke about floating solar and mini grids that go into communities, because it's very true. Sunlight comes right to your doorstep. And so how you harness it and how you put solutions into place is very important. So one of those things that ISA has done well, and of course, organizations should continue to do it, is if the sunshine comes to your doorstep, then how do you harness it? Harness it through your policies, harness it through your financial means, through advocacy. Every successful marquee project, every successful demonstration project that you do, if it's among the SIDS, then you use it to your advantage of the community, to the country, and be able to raise finance using those. Because it's very hard, from what I've seen, to put your money into something that's not tangible, something that does not have touch and feel. So in ISA, our demonstration projects are meaningful because we then showcase it to MDBs, private sector. And also, just one last thing about how SIDS have been benefiting out of this is also through what we have, we call it capacity building, because when an investor or an MDB wants to come into a market, they want to know what not just the project outcome would be, but also the return on investments. And if that market has the ability and the capability to be able to maintain these facilities themselves, because that would then mean that the cost is contained and being able to maintain it and ongoing as well. especially MDBs, when they give you the money, capital, the first capital money is not a problem, but it's ongoing and how you maintain the project, which makes a difference. So if you could have inbuilt in-country capacity, and that too ISA does through its Darcy Center. So some of these things, it is possible the sunshine comes in, but you harness it. And how you harness it is through policy, financial means, and of course through advocacy.
No, thank you. And there are two messages that I take from this, Joshua. One is, now that we are at the COP, decentralized solar energy plays at the intersection of mitigation and adaptation. There are community benefits and the clean energy benefits, but also on the facilitative regulatory and financial incentives that are important for the corporation. We see a lot of corporate net zero commitments coming up, and for companies, net zero targets are actually sometimes much, much more important than sustainability pledges. It's a comprehensive transformation of operations, supply chain, and sometimes even business models. Amy, where do you see solar energy fitting into long-term sustainability strategies of the clients that you work with?
Yeah, thank you. And maybe just to follow on to the last point as well, I think one of the things that's really interesting about solar is that you can also generate an additional revenue generation opportunity for organizations, right? If you're able to generate more solar than your business needs, oftentimes you're able to sell that back to the grid. So it's just another revenue source. So businesses are expecting that the growth and the need for renewables, and particularly solar, is going to continue to expand. And so the overall pace of the transition is accelerating, like we've talked about, with global installed renewable capacity growing by about 13% per year. Over 130 billion was invested in China in solar alone last year. And that's an incredible investment, where panels cost roughly lower than about 50% lower than in Europe and 65% cheaper than in the US. So we do need to make sure that we're all driving down that cost so that we're able to drive the adoption that we need. Clean energy matters for companies that are looking to grow while reducing emissions. And one of the areas that I think that we're going to see this phenomenon increase is with respect to the additional capacity that's required in the grid around large language models, right? And so you can't go to a business meeting these days without talking about AI and sustainability. And sometimes I think not often enough the two combined, right? But AI offers amazing opportunities with respect to identifying new solutions to climate change. But on the flip side, we do need to think about the additional energy usage required. Now, one of the things that can be done is, as we're building up this capacity, go for renewable first, right? And so I think you'll see an increase in demand around solar and other renewable energy sources to be able to meet this ever increasing need to power these large language models. And, like we talked about, clean tech and localized capacity provides a real opportunity for communities. And so we expect to see these drivers, so localized energy capacity and security with companies. But if you localize the energy, you also drive greater resilience into the system because you're less reliant on others for the energy. So those are just some of the things that I think we expect from a business standpoint to see that will drive great growth opportunities in the future.
Are there sectors where you see particular growth in solar adoption amongst your clients?
So we see it across a number of different sectors. So for most organizations with respect to their net zero plans, one of the key components is getting to 100% usage of renewable energy for the real estate. So for example, we at EY, we're part of RE100. We've made great progress with respect to powering our offices with renewables, and we're not very far away from getting to 100%. So you don't get to 100% without solar being a big part of that. And a lot of organizations have signed up to RE100. And so you get that component. Then you look for, manufacturing is another area where we see a lot of focus on solar to bring renewable power to their plants. And then I think technology is really the area to watch. Now, the big tech companies are investing in a wide variety of renewable options, solar being one of them.
So at the International Solar Alliance, engaging with the private sector is an important area for us.
Yeah.
We have been engaging with the private sector through our corporate advisory group. And last year, we started the initiative of the CEO caucus to have thematic discussions with the private sector across a variety of discussions, on adoption of solar. Managing risks, both financial and regulatory, and moving into newer economies. But solar is much beyond just clean energy. There are broader impacts to community, enhancing resilience, social responsibility, jobs, and also gender empowerment. At the International Solar Alliance, we very recently have completed the second edition of our report on unleashing the role of solar across the social spectrum, the environmental, and the economic aspects. And what we see is that the world, you could divide it into 4 archetypes. The high income countries, the emerging economies, the least developed countries, and the small island states. In the high income, we see that the growth is plateauing, and they need to invest more in storage and take away the stranded assets. In the emerging economies, it's an S curve. And investments in solar as well as in batteries becomes extremely important. In the least developed economies, the biggest problem is actually access to finance, managing perceived risks. And that's where things like risk mitigation facilities for finance start to play a role. SIDS actually is a very interesting archetype. Diesel imports is a big, big cost. The land is limited. So there are technology options, but the regulations have to be designed that way. So in your approach of social responsibility and equity considerations, where do solar related projects stand?
Yeah. So when we think about our responsibility as an organization, we think about it through 3 different lenses. So one is, what do we as a business need to do? And that is our own commitment with respect to sustainability and our own net zero commitment. And so that's where, from a solar standpoint, when we look at the key element there, it is getting to 100% renewables as part of so that we're using 100% renewables for our power, and solar plays a key role there. Also, a part of that is the work that we do in convening and sharing knowledge and using the skills and capacity that we as an organization have to be able to drive up knowledge. And so some of the things like what we would do with an organization like yours and helping them to convene and get the word out about what's necessary is a real key of what we would do as an organization. We then help our clients. And so we bring our skills and our capabilities in order to help drive for our clients around the world their energy transition. So then it's helping them to understand the role that solar can play. We have people who have deep understanding of things like power purchase agreements. We have people with deep understandings of how you manage these types of projects, how you work with local governments to make sure that you're complying with the rules and the regulations, so that we use our knowledge to help accelerate the change. And then lastly, we feel like it's really important to make sure that our team members, whether they work on sustainability or not, have access to education. And so we do a lot with respect to helping to upskill our own employees around the world with respect to the knowledge that they need, so that even if it's a project where we may not know the sustainability connection up front, that our team members around the world can connect the dots and help bring that type of thinking into the work that they do.
Thank you. And I'm also conscious that we hit the 30-minute mark. So let me pause here and open up for questions, lest it's just the 2 of us talking. Shishir.
Thank you, Karan. It's an interesting to listen all the discussions. One of the things what I would like to understand, how the private sector funding will unlock the solar energy. That is my first question. The second thing, there is global fund, there are climate fund, but solar is a energy which is a hardcore. The projects has to be developed. So how these climate financing, the GCF can help bringing solar energy deployment in those countries, specifically with the SIDS and LDCs countries where they can't take the sovereign loans, and to the African countries where the IMF has certain categories. So these are the two questions I would pose to the esteemed panel.
Thank you. So I do think though that that's the question that's being grappled with here at COP, right? And so on the macro level, the challenge that we face is that there is insufficient funding, and it's not all going to be able to come from the private sector, and it's not all going to be able to come from the governments. And so that's why I think you're going to see this real focus on blended finance. And so the trick is going to be, how do you come up with a stack of financing that, say, if you're bringing the projects to the developed or the developing countries, that helps to de-risk, right? And so there's a role to play for governments in driving that funding. And then there's a role for the private sector to play in bringing the funding to these projects, but they have to be able to do it in a way that ultimately they can generate the return that they're looking for. I do think that we'll see, as the NDC comes out, different energy policy with respect to how within countries there can be an expansion of the permitting process. That is one of the challenges that slows projects down and then costs more money, as well as where can there be incentives put in to help with that initial cost, because we no longer term these projects pay for themselves, but it's that initial cost of investment that makes them hard to accelerate. So watch for some of those things. If I had the answer though, I'd probably be on the main stage right now.
But let me use this opportunity to plug in our event on the 19th of November, where we are actually releasing a report which talks about maximizing solar within the RE-based targets in the NDCs, and we see a 20 times possibility there. So look forward to many of you being there as well. You had a question, madam.
Thank you. Great discussion, and clearly you spoke about everything that is really close to my heart and the spaces that I've been personally working in. The question that I have for you, and especially for everybody from ISA here, and Amy definitely, how are we looking at providing funding for end-of-life solutions to the hardware of solar technology itself? Because that is a huge emerging gap. And when we look at, let's say, for lack of a better word than sustainability, nature reverent system, how are we complying that or developing the pathway in that context? Thank you.
So I'll let Joshua answer that question. We actually have an entire dedicated program on looking at end-of-life management of PV waste. But Joshua, over to you.
Yeah. So I was just going a bit prior to that. Like Karan said, yes, ISA has launched itself into a program, special program on end-of-life management. But going back to the legacy of how end-of-life management for any toxic or any kind of waste, material waste goes, is how you make who accountable for what's being produced or manufactured, number one. Number two, it's not easy to get that, especially in a market where you're doing it for purpose. So when you're looking at solar production, manufacturing, that's a for purpose game. So being able to drive monies out of such production capacity is going to be a bit of a challenge. So one of those things is, again, ISA is involved, is being able to help with the regulation, being able to form regulations, governments being able to form regulations, being able to put things in place where the waste is being handled post its life. So I draw upon some of the economies in the Pacific where they have had producer pay legislation being put, similar to container legislation and other legislations they have in some countries, being able to put producer pay legislation in place, wherein if it's imported from outside, then a certain amount of revenue is set aside. And of course, inflation kind of factored into it by putting it into a trust fund, for instance, allowing that fund to grow. So at the end of life, the government has enough money in its kitty to be able to handle their waste. that's a broad principle, but ISA is working on it to be able to come up with something precise and be able to know how it's going to handle them.
Thank you, Joshua. I'll just, so I think in a broader sense, we are not very conscious about this thing. It's not percolated down to the people, even though we talk a lot on this. One, maybe because we have not really faced that issue. For many of these, the solar, the story of solar happened from say 2010 onwards, gradually increasing, and uh, and still we talk about 25 years of life and all these things. So we are really not thought of that in a way. Having said that, there is two, three aspects to be seen. The different technologies requires a different consideration, whether it's a largely we are looking at silicon based, but still there are the thin film technologies, various technologies, and each requires a different kind of consideration. So that's the one important thing. But I think of late, India also is talking, because he's one of the countries which have gone for a large volume of solar and all this thing. And early years of Indian, the growth of solar was more dominant by the thin film technologies. And so I think slowly we are coming to that terms, the countries are coming to that terms. But I think the two aspects to be seen: one, maybe the countries need to look at in considering that aspect in the regulation in terms of promoting that technology, whether it will be complied tomorrow. That's one thing. And secondly, the coming out better technologies so that you can maybe more than 95% can be replaced, resell. These are some of that I would like to say. Thank you.
And you will hear more about it on the 20th of November. We have an entire session on closing the PV loop, where some of the insights from our recent research paper will be presented and discussed. In fact, that is in partnership with the Indian government Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Sabah.
I mean, it's very interesting. I mean, you touched upon very briefly on solar jobs, yeah, renewable energy jobs. So of course, I mean, solar is growing, so are jobs, solar sector as well. But the bigger question is, I mean, jobs are available, but do we have competent workforce? Do we have skilled workforce or not? We know, I mean, we work in LDCs, yeah. I mean, the governments are struggling with, grappling with the basic education system there.
Yeah.
And we expect the corporates to come forward to develop those skills, develop competent workforce. A, because I mean, it lowers down their cost, lower down their risks, make it more sustainable. You work with a lot of corporates. So what your experience has been in this area?
Yeah. And I get the opportunity. The World Economic Forum has what they call the Future Councils. And one of the Future Councils is on the equitable energy transition. And I get to be a part of that Future Council, which I really appreciate. And part of that is that we're looking at this challenge. And so I think the issue is when you step back, first of all, we have a massive shortage of people with the skills required in order to support the energy transition. And so that's the hard science side of thing and the hard engineering side of things, all the way through to it's hard to imagine what kind of job today, or especially if we're going into, a few years from now, won't have a sustainability component to it. And so we've got to make sure that we're addressing this at every level. So first of all, the education systems have got to be building in more with respect to sustainability education. But we also recognize that this area is moving too quickly for that alone to solve the problem. And so then what it gets to is a combination of governments and corporates to be able to deliver the education that's required. So I'll just give an example of how we do it at EY, and I think other organizations are doing something similar. We look at it in a few different levels. One, we look at it for those who have the deep technical capabilities, making sure that we have a learning curriculum and experiences that help them to advance those capabilities even after they've joined us. The second is looking across all job categories and understanding, like if you're a consultant that focuses on finance, what do you now need to understand, not only about financial reporting, but non-financial reporting? If you're someone who does due diligence, looking at, the risks associated and opportunities associated with a company that you're buying, do you know how to embed sustainability in what you're doing there? And then we provide, so that's more job specific. And then we provide training for all, everything from just a 30-minute web-based learning. I just want to know a little bit up through funding a master's degree for people, master's in sustainability for people who have that deeper commitment to learning. And I think every organization is going to have to look through those lenses, or we face a real challenge for the future, because I think this is like the new technology. Like there was a time, I'm older than not all, but many in the room, right? And there was a time when you didn't have to think about knowing technology. It was like, these people know the tech, I know the business side, and I'm okay. Now I can't imagine a job category where you don't have to understand technology. And I don't think we're very far away from not having a job category where you don't have to understand sustainability. But it's going to take a real commitment. Now, some of the incentive programs that you do see coming from governments, like in the US, we have the Inflation Reduction Act, you get additional tax credits if you do reskilling associated with your projects.
Thank you. Thank you, Amy. Any more questions?
Amy, there is one thing that me and Karan definitely speak a lot. From EY's perspective, we are already there in so many countries. And from ISA's perspective, they are there. They're trying to build their foot there in a deeper way when it comes to solar and renewable as a whole. The question is more to both of you. How do you think this collaboration can be expanded to a larger level? Like currently it's more at the secretariat level, but at the ground level.
For expanding into additional countries.
And penetrating into existing ones too.
Yeah. Do you want to say first, or I can give my...
Before I answer, I would say that Saif is a very dear friend, and
Yes.
we've been partners for many, many years. I think there are three aspects to look at it. There are countries based on where they are in their developmental trajectory, as well as their energy transition trajectory, would need knowledge and capacity building, or demonstration projects, or access to finance, or regulatory thing. And there are potential opportunities in all. We have started to do annual analytical reports, and Saif and his team and EY help us in all of those. But there are now also country demanded analytics, which are very specific to the technology, the sector, and their own customized solution. We are doing demonstration projects, and I would also request all of you to walk around the pavilion. We have a lot of information on these walls. In Africa, for instance, we had started to see that the risk perception of the loan not being repaid is extremely high. And that's where we have initiated our global solar facility to reduce the risk perception and let more private capital come in. And in fact, there we have a partnership with the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Association, MIGA of the World Bank, that is working there. And of course, capacity building and skilling that we are doing. So the opportunities are immense. I think it needs to get down to the widening and the deepening of the base with ISA.
Yeah, and the only thing I would add to that is, with these NDCs being published over the next year, you're going to get a roadmap by country. And I think that's going to give an opportunity to really understand on a country by country basis, what is the role of solar? And then ISA has a role to play in bringing that to life. And it'll be a better connection point with respect to who within each of the country is responsible for the implementation.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, all right. Rowena.
I'd like to ask a a question on a perhaps a little bit of a positive note for the start of COP. I think there's lots going on that's complicated and slow moving. But I would like to hear from both of you if you were to choose one thing that you look at as a good demonstration of something that we should see as a positive thing that demonstrates the power of kind of what is possible. What would you say is the one thing that you'd highlight or from your experience over the past year, I would say?
So I'll go first. I mean, there's a lot to worry about, right? And so I think we all see and feel in our daily lives the impact of climate change. But I do have faith in human ingenuity and compassion and enthusiasm. And so when you come here and you see all of these people coming together with a true passion for driving change and accelerating solutions, and an environment in which you have people from all different areas of the world with all different perspectives coming together, that gives me hope. In addition, I think it's really good that it's a focus, right? I think it's good that it's focused on finance because this is such a big, broad issue. If we can focus on that one topic and not just how much is required, but get to real steps on the how to provide this much needed financing, I think we can take a step forward from what was achieved last year.
And Rubin, I will just add a single point to it that I'm a firm believer in multilateralism. And I think the fact that we meet year after year to take an incremental step forward, which over a period of 5 years is actually transformational, is the beauty of such COPs. So I'm very, very hopeful, and let's see how this progresses. But bringing it back to solar, I think apart from being a major factor in the climate patterns that sustain life on Earth and also being transformative, it's democratizing and force in the electricity generation, very distinct from all the other generation sources, which require extensive infrastructure, transmission lines. It has actually come down to your homes. Because, Amy, you have a connection to Alabama, I thought I will link it to Sweet Home Alabama, the Lynyrd Skynyrd classic rock anthem, where solar could power homeowners to create their own sweet home solar by providing an environmental and a cost-effective source of energy for their home. Amy, thank you very much. It was actually a pleasure to talk to you as the first ever event here at the ISA Solar Hub. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much for having me and for the engaging discussion.
Listen, yeah, hi, hi. आ तो रही थी आवाज अभी. Hello, it's on. Hi,
Hi.
hello.
No, because it's published. I would have to cancel the event and everyone's logged out, so that's the name of it. It's,
Okay.
For tomorrow. Yes, can you email? Yeah, because I will definitely. I will send you in WhatsApp. You will let me. Can you show WhatsApp group? You have group for this? Yeah, yes, 7 into. You check the numbers. Yes, this is there. Please change meeting name. I think I should send this in the. No, it's okay. They won't change it today. For tomorrow. No, but is it okay if we keep the H7 there? Yeah, in the beginning. It will be H7, the solar hub ISA. Because this is how that everyone is keep track. Okay. I don't think he needs the comma there, but apart from that. Okay. Yep.
हमारे पास है सब बुरा हुआ है आई डोंट नो इफ इट इज द तो कुछ थोड़ा सा ग्राफ्स को एडिट करके आगे ऐड कर but the complete recording YouTube already चल रहा है हमारा और इसमें your team can fix something अगर जैसे बाइटिंग आता है ये लोग they will do bits and pieces which can put on social media. हाँ बस देख ये पहले yeah, figure do the recce and then because we will be issuing a so if there is any keep it press conference so we should get okay, but for everything else, please have to go to
No. But I will have a controller soon. Yes. We participate in many R&D projects, so we have a very advantageous perspective of what's in new technology, what the state of maturity of the technology. We could also people trying to not only centralize IT, but also
And eventually, when you are there, we have to take care of the life.
We have a, so what I love technology, what's the skills? So now we basically train by the on the other side, we see like what's the applications for the commercial, commercial and we have a lot of research projects integrating all of this that cannot be made standardized. Very important issue now. Yes, There are some
So do you have the interpretation under the agreement that is really or whatever? So now with more language. We don't have a PA, so you need to.
Oh, okay.
There are technologies that are very good No, one good thing about your,
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Uh, may I request all of you to be seated? We will begin our session. But how do they? Yeah, may I request all the colleagues to please be seated? We will begin our session now. Yeah. Colleagues who have joined us virtually, I think you are able to hear me. People in the room, you have to press the white button on the press the white button so that you can get audio. You can long press the white button to get the audio. So you have to long press the white button. This. Yeah, my colleague will help you if you have to long press the white button. Can you hear me? Sir? Oh, yeah. Yeah. So we don't have here the PA system. So this is what this is through which we will communicate with you in the next 90 minutes. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Hi, Ankit. You can please be seated. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Arup from TERI, and from the entire TERI family. We would like to welcome all of you to this to hear the perspectives from a fantastic panel, representing varied perspectives from global South and global North. We are convening here today to look at how do we build a resilient supply chain for clean energy transitions in the global South. We are proud to host this convening at the ISA Pavilion at COP29 in association with the Becquerel Institute. I have with me Jan from the Becquerel Institute, who would be also speaking in a while. We can go to the next slide. The context of today's conversation goes back to the month of September, where we had hosted a private sector pavilion at the under the aegis of the International Solar Alliance Solar Festival in Delhi. Just a minute. There were a set of key messages from that conversation, which forms the part of our our dialogue today. We can go to the next one. So yeah. So from the private sector pavilion, there are three buckets of key messages that had come out, that we had jointly hosted with the Becquerel Institute. Next. So on building resilient supply chain for clean energy transitions, I think all of us agreed that while the 60% of the global solar PV installations are happening in China, there is a need for us to build local manufacturing across various domains of application, be it rooftop photovoltaics, be it agro photovoltaics, be it floating photovoltaics. The private sector pavilion also pointed out that there is a strong case for increased private sector and industry participation, which is required when it comes to investing in storage solutions, to ensure that there is a level playing field for different technologies, looking at, the different countries, upgrading the transmission and distribution, infrastructure, and how that is so much essential for us to realize the clean energy transition goals. And most importantly, I think, the matter which needs an urgent attention is the people factor, the skills and the capabilities that we would need to ensure that the manufacturing capabilities are enhanced. We go to the next slide. The private sector pavilion clearly pointed out that the power of collaboration, to inform the financing community is the financing and the investor community is so very important. We are, looking at, at the COP also to discuss some of the carbon markets, mechanisms both under Article 6.2 and Article 6.4. This becomes also essential for us to look at how the clean energy transition implementation happens, be it in terms of battery energy storage, be it in terms of electric vehicles, be it in terms of green hydrogen. Next. The conversations also pointed out that there is India's enhanced global role for making or shaping how north-south partnerships can be forged. And the conversations at the private sector pavilion also pointed out that institutions like the International Solar Alliance will play a pivotal role to garner not only policy support but also support from the private sector, from the entrepreneurs, from the innovators, as well as the financiers. Now, with this as the context, I will now invite my colleague Yan from the Becquerel Institute to talk about some of the key facts, figures, and trends for the manufacturing capabilities and how do we build global resilient supply chain. My colleague Yan from Becquerel Institute.
So first of all, can you all hear me properly? Okay, I don't see lost faces. Excellent. And I have my presentation. So I'm waiting for the presentation so I can have something in the background. So I will briefly, before leaving the table to the main panelists, I will do a brief introduction about solar PV manufacturing value chain. Next, please. I will next to you very often, so I would require you. First of all, a very, very brief word about Becquerel Institute. We're a company based in Brussels, Belgium. 10 years ago, we recently celebrated our 10th year anniversary. We have recently expanded 2 offices in France and in Spain, and we have done this through a strategy consulting, applied research, and support to organization. We have the insider scope to many research projects and the experience with organizations, manufacturers, and project developers. We believe that solar PV manufacturing, it's a very complex landscape in an inevitable energy transition, but many actors hold different aspects of the information. We have survived 10 years because we are able to bridge that information, connect manufacturers with their market, policymakers with the market and the manufacturers, so we can all have a level conversation, so we can hold similar information to make educated choices, informed choices regarding our solar energy. Next, please. So for the main structure, I will give you a brief outlook on the PV market, manufacturing growth, the current challenges we have in the value chain, and finally, some indications of what are possibly enablers to your own industries. Next. Please do it twice. Okay, next again. First, talking about solar manufacturing. This solar PV have outpaced expectations every year. On the left, you can see an extract from Bloomberg that showed that when we decided to manage to clean energies, to go through clean energies, solar PV has made the main star, not only because it's actually clean, but it's easy to adapt to each market needs. And also it has become very apparent, and you know it better than I am, it is very cheap. On the left, I have the other example. This is recently from The Economist. We have some sources have constantly tried to be conservative regarding the expectations of growth, but we have managed to overcome these expectations, and the market has been growing even at a greater pace than I was expected. So it has been doing good. Next, please. We are currently installing PV solar power at almost 500 gigawatt per year. This is an historical landmark that was before considered to be realm of fantasy. And we're recently entering, click please. We're about to enter an era of the terawatt scale. This is not something that is going to grow and then diminish because we're already installed. Remember that solar panels last for 20, 25, 30 years, and they need to be recommissioned. So whatever we're installing now, it becomes a permanent, sustainable market. Next, please. So for the challenges in the PV value chain, click please. I will tell you to click very often. I'm so sorry. First, the elephant in the room, we know that the main steps of the solar PV value chain are concentrated in a specific country, especially when we talk upstream being ingot, wafer, cells, and everything else. Even the contestants that are outside of China, some of them belong to Chinese firm that have established outside of their mainland. So how did we get here in the first place? Next, please. Okay, sorry. The thing is that these might look like a very concentrated industry, but there's an opportunity in here because this is not just 1, 2, 3, 4 steps and we're done. This is a complex environment. It's a complex ecological manufacturing landscape first that we need specialized machinery that need to be provided. And there's an opportunity on designing machinery for them. And this specific machinery needs special inputs. Click again. So each one of these inputs, it is an industry on their own. So when I speak about PV solar manufacturing, and when you think about solar PV manufacturing, I would invite you not to think about a cell, a module. I would like to think about the full environment that is currently funneling inputs to the solar PV manufacturing. The gigawatt scale, the 500 gigawatt, it's not 500 gigawatt cells, it's cells, glass, encapsulants, wires, cables. And if you go, even if you go downstream where you have finally the late market, you need to be in their inverters, combiners, cabling, and the decision and the full IP development. And recently with machine learning, there's a big market that is always supporting, and you can choose where to enter this new market. So now finally, how did we get here? Click, please. Initially, we wanted to change the world. We wanted to build a better place, a cleaner place, and avoid the effects of climate change. So we set ambitious targets, thought to be ambitious, which were promptly overshot by participant countries. So these goals need to be put up a bit. So supply side over adjust to it. So we need to build new policies so we can nurture manufacturing. And there has been an important, very significant coordination of private manufacturers that tried to capture this new market that knew that it was growing. So we reached this space in which you can see the blue one, which is the actual capacity. We have way more capacity than it's actually being put into the market. Next, please. So how do we stand now? We have overcapacity all throughout the different steps of the manufacturing chain, which has in turn become rising. Click, please. We have this overcapacity We have growing and big inventory levels, which are expected to be around 3 times the demand for Europe, around 2 times the demand for the US, and that has brought the prices to sharply decrease. Click, please. That has become what is now considered a price war, in which an uneducated mind would say, okay, who are the winners of this price war? Nobody. There's no company right now that is thriving in this scenario. All of them are either getting to good numbers by inch of their nails, and many of them are currently bleeding money, not only from the small manufacturers, but tier 1 manufacturers are currently expecting a very difficult time. And that in the short term, namely 1-2 years, we expect to see massive consolidation within the main competitors, which sounds like a bleak picture that I'm trying to depict. So I want to go for the next slide. How is this specific dynamic? PV industry, even the silicon PV industry, it's not monolithic. It's not one technology. It's not one type of panel. Currently, click. We're seeing what people call the death of PERC. P-type technology, which once was the mainstream up until last year, was expected to be mainstream all the way to 2026, 2 years from now. But surprisingly, 2024 has become a very ripe scenario for N-type, which one would say, okay, they're more capital intensive, but the efficiency for P-type was arriving the theoretical maximum, but there's potential in growth in efficiency for P-type, N-type, namely TOPCon and heterojunction. Currently, TOPCon and to a lesser extent heterojunction are the queens of this market, are where almost all of the capacity is currently set up, and it's expected to be the main source for the market for the upcoming 1-2 years. But just as we saw an accelerated shift of PERC, we cannot exactly determine when this will end. It's expected to happen in 3, 4, 5 years, but depending on how you as manufacturers or the actors of policies act, it might happen before, so they can make way for new technologies, which are the main bets currently are in back contact technology, because they experience higher efficiency on a monofacial level. But in the future, and provided that current research and development arrives to breakthrough, we might see even tandem technologies to arrive for efficiencies over 26, 27, and even 30%. Next, please. So I want to see that this is a bittersweet story, but can you hold it there? Not clicked yet. We're seeing that the market will grow depending on how do we attach to the goals that we're targeting. If we're targeting more than the 2% target that we're somewhat on our way, we could go for the 1.5. And people usually think, okay, we just need to invest more, but the dynamics are much more complex than that. If we take a look at the second one, which is the net annual module production capacity, although the market is growing, we're seeing this somewhat of a downturn right now. And you can click now, please. The main actors that drive these bold scenarios will make these downturns turn faster. Downturns and this endless cycle of technology is something that is inevitable for the PV industry, as long as we're seeking greater efficiency, as long as we're seeking greater costs. So the main winners are the ones who are able to help us drift through these downturns faster, so we can achieve this more ambitious scenarios. Equipment technology usually lasts for 4 or 5 years. So we're expecting that the current capacity will be starting to shift to the obsolescence within the decade, and there will be new technologies so we can invest in. So I wanted to not feel overwhelmed by the current downturn in manufacturing that is happening at the same time of market growth, but rather to think, how do we surf through this wave so we can arrive to the next place and ride the next wave properly. Click, please. And the second one. Thank you. So how can we go together? How can we talk to our representatives so we can build a better environment for PV manufacturing? First one, click. First, we can target direct local policies, which are vital for developing manufacturing at all value chains. This coordination of private companies that managed to capture most of the market were mainly able to do so because they had a very ripe direct, click please, very direct upstream participation. But some other entities like the EU can work as an indirect, click please, as indirect measures that can help this develop. But there are other good examples, such as India, such as Turkey, and to some degree also US, you can click links again, that managed to go downstream and will indirect measures, like trying to not only bring solar energy, but making sure that the actual local people are getting some of the value. So this is for you to understand that there's not one single way of creating a good environment. It's identifying what are the main institutions that mattered locally so you can harness them. So if you wanted to get into solar PV manufacturing or enter a new market, and one last click, please. There are different requirements, different things that make each one of these industries easier to get into, lower barriers of entry, or very hard to get into. For example, module and inverters are the most ripe in general industries to get into solar manufacturing, as they have the lower entry barriers. But this is not set in stone. If you want to build in a country that has some extra hump in one of these aspects, you might as well enter for a different, for innovative way on the solar manufacturing value chain. So to summarize this endless rambling I've been doing, click once again. First, solar PV is the most competitive form of energy. Not only the cheapest, but it's always gaining new efficiencies and driving new applications and entailing new markets in which you can get into. Second, solar PV is a mature and ever-growing market that it's not going to slow down. Once we finish covering the world with all the solar panels we need, we will need to start renewing panels. So there's a demand that will never end. Third, the core of the value chain, it is concentrated, but there are opportunities to seize with adjacent segments. Not necessarily one must enter directly to cells or modules. You can enter to all the rest of the environment of manufacturing. Fourth, current capacity brings great obstacles in the short term, but the tech turnover promises mid to long-term changes. So be mindful that for existing competitors or for new coming competitors, that the scenery will change within the next 5-6 years. And local governance measures have a major role to play to ensure a level playing field. I see that many countries are trying to renew, or associations trying to renew the requirements for manufacturing so they can ensure that we have efficient manufacturing. And finally, to ensure success, entry strategies must be chosen wisely. These are the main ideas I wanted to bring up so we can follow the conversation. And I want to thank you for your attention and give the panel to our wonderful speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ian. That was, aptly put to the, on the issues that we are facing, and some of the, the opportunities that we will need to, track and aim to achieve. Ian's presentation, gives us a strong foundation for us to bring to you a fantastic, panel that we have today. at COP29 on the World Climate Leaders Summit today. We are proud to bring to you and equally stellar panel to talk about the issue of how do we build resilient supply chain. May I have the pleasure to invite Mr. R.R. Rashmi, who is a former Special Secretary for Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Many of you would know that it is Mr. Rashmi whose signature you will still find on the Paris Agreement document when he was the chief negotiator on climate. Next, I have the pleasure to have Ms. Annika, the Chief Sustainability Officer from Vattenfall, Sweden. May I request Annie to please come up and join us on this stage. We have Fabi, one of the global energy transition commissioners and the executive director from Indonesia joining us. Thank you so much, Fabi, to be with us. We have Ramesh Kumarji, the chief of programs from International Solar Alliance, to on our panel. Very warm welcome, Rameshji. We have Mr. Deepak Agarwal, who is the Senior Executive Vice President from one of India's leading solar company, the Avada Group with us. We have Mr. Ankit Todi, the Chief Sustainability Officer of one of India's largest industry conglomerate, also a leader in solar EPC through Mahindra Sustain, from the Chief Sustainability Officer of the Mahindra Group. We have with us Mr. Mahinder Singhi from Dalmia Cement, and many of you would know that Mr. Mahinder Singhi is also one of the business business leaders of COP, and he has been and true inspiration for all of us, including that. I must also mention that Mr. Singhi is part of TERI's governing council member, so it is an absolute proud moment to have you with us. And last, we have Jack Graham. Jack is the deputy editor from Thomson Reuters, our long-term partner. Jack, happy to have you with us today. Rashmi sir, I will hand over to you with a request to make an opening remarks on from your end on the global supply chain. Followed that, we'll hear from the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. R.R. Rashmi.
Afternoon, and I hope I am audible to everyone. Thank you, Arup, for putting this wonderful panel together here. It's extremely important to understand how the solar energy is going to evolve in future as part of the energy system, not only at the national level, but also at the global level. Last year, the COP decided that we should triple the global goal for renewable energy, and solar is a very important part of that renewable energy system. It's growing, as the slides show. Its cost is the lowest amongst all the possible forms of renewable energy at the moment. At least the variable cost is lowest. But we have to we have to resolve and solve the other critical issues in the evolution of solar energy as the energy for the future. And then you have heard the excellent presentation on the issues which are going to come up as we go along. And good thing is that there is some hope in terms of the critical the supply chain. The critical materials, when we don't have to look at only one element, we can look at the larger range of picture, so that the capacities can be created in other parts of the value chain where we are not yet present. To understand the issues here about these critical issues, we have an excellent panel here. People coming from civil society, manufacturing, industry, finance, a very large group of representatives here. So without spending any more time, I will just mention this, and I'll not pose any specific questions to each of the panelists, but I'll leave it to them to expand on their perspectives as they think right. The solar has become the energy of the choice because of the current costs. And other technologies are evolving, but the other technologies which are likely to evolve are still about 2 decades away, so that they come at par with the other sources of renewable energy. So given this situation, and also the fact that the manufacturing capacity and also the regulatory capacity in many of the producing countries and as well as the consuming countries has not grown at the same level, not only because of finance constraints, but also because of the fundamental structural industry constraints. So how can we resolve them? My request to the panelists would be to look at not only the financing question, which has been highlighted, but also the structural issues in the global supply chain and how we can resolve that. So with this, let me first invite we have about 7 speakers, so we can spend about 4 to 5 minutes each. Let me first invite Ms. Anika Ramskol, and the Chief Sustainability Officer of Vattenfall. Over to you, madam.
Well, thank you very much, and very honored to be here. And for those that might not know about Vattenfall, Vattenfall is an energy company with headquarters in Stockholm. So we are a user, you could say, of the solar panels. And solar is, in a way, a new source for us. It's not one that we've been using, because some of you that might have been in Sweden in the winter time, there is very little sun at that time, but we have a lot of sun in the summer. But having said that, for us, since it's a very new source that we are using, we have a bit other perspectives that we put in. I want to broaden it a bit. The technology piece is there, the prices are going down. But for us now, when we're entering into a new source, we feel that it's extremely important to look at the full, to do it in a very responsible way, finding the traceability from the materials that are used in the manufacturing, and also understanding the social and environmental impacts that we have. So as part of that, we've been very involved in formulating Solar Power Europe and something that we call Solar Stewardship Initiative, where we try to secure that we can get a transparency on the ESG impact, and that we want to be able to audit the different companies and in a very transparent way tell the full story about the full value chain. So that's one piece. The other piece that I also want to bring in is, if we now want to make this renewable energy, we need to secure that it's renewable and fossil-free throughout the value chain, meaning that when we also manufacture the solar panels, they should preferably be made with materials that are fossil, so like fossil-free steel or concrete for the foundations or whatever it is, that we also look at the fossil-free element throughout the production section as well. And I think in that we have the possibility in being part of what's called First Movers Coalition. And when I now look at when we are deploying the solar panels, we are now trying to source the racks that you put the solar panels to get access to fossil-free steel, as well as fossil-free cement for the foundations when we are building those. Again, one step to secure that we do that. Having that said, and since we talked about financial impact, of course, we are privileged in Scandinavia to have some of the financial means to actually drive this. And therefore, we want to move forward and show that it's possible, and whatever learnings we have can then later on be deployed. So we try to be the front runner in doing every step correct, regardless of whether it's the social or environmental or the actual footprint pieces. so that we can then later on deploy that. But of course, we need to secure the financial means as well. And that means that I think we need to accept that the way we are deploying solar throughout the globe will look differently. But we, each and every one of us, has a responsibility to drive and push the topics forward where we feel that we have an impact and leverage to actually move the needle to secure that we move the different aspects forward. Thank you. That was adding a few more aspects into the puzzle.
Thank you, Annika. Thank you very much. Let me now go to Fabi Tumiwa, the Commissioner of Energy Transition Commission in Indonesia. And he's also Director of the Institute for Essential Services Reform. Great to have you over, and we'll love to hear your thoughts on how you look at the evolution of the energy system at the global level, the future of the solar energy as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. And my name is Fabi Tumiwa. I'm the Executive Director of Institute for Essential Services Reform, ISR, a think tank on energy and climate change based in Jakarta, Indonesia. And we're also a member of Energy Transition Commissions, and I'm one of the commissioners on that. So I also represent both organizations. I just want to add to the conversations. There's a couple of things that we have to remember about this PV technology before we touch the diversification issue. First is that this technology is capital intensive. I mean, we look at the entire supply chain from producing silicon up to module is capital intensive. And I think with the capital intensive, that the two things that need to happen. First is that we should be able to have the economic of scale from each supply chain, right? I mean, look at this silicon. What is the minimum silicon fabrication that should be built at the specific in the country levels and all of that. The second thing is that we also realize that it has high environmental impact, depend on how you process this. And we look at the current process with the silicon to produce that from silica sand into the material grade silicons. It's all energy intensive. And right now you want to solve climate change issue, and we know the demand for solar PV has to be tripling after for solar has to be also tripling until 2030, right? And even higher in the near future. We have to make sure that the entire we have to green the entire supply chain, and this is something that's not easy. The technology to process silicon, silica into silicon and ingot to wafer, I think needs to be as lower emission as possible. Well, although a number of studies say that, well, it's actually, we can pay back the energy, but I think we have to look at the social, the critic from the society, right? And just to give you example, recently, the plan to build silicon processing factory in Indonesia in one of the islands got a lot of opposition from the local government because a couple of things. Well, it requires huge land, and also we are looking at the population afraid of the environmental impact created by that. So we have to address that issues. The third one, the technology that solar PV move very fast. I mean, this the P-type, N-type, TOPCon, all of that move very fast, and that requires a very excellent research and development to catch up with that. And what we have seen in the new technology that players that cannot compete with this technology have to go out of the market, and it's create a very central, a limited players that avoid reduce the competition. That we need really competition to make sure that solar PV become the cheapest technology available, right? So that's a couple of things that we need to address, I think, in this discussion, perhaps. The other thing that I want to add from the perspective of Southeast Asia, because Indonesia is the Southeast Asia. I think if you look at the market size after China, India, Europe, US, I think Southeast Asia, where the next solar PV can grow more. I mean, if you look like IRENA report to be aligned with 1.5 degrees, so we have to install 240 gigawatt of new renewable and capacities up to 2030. Most of it coming from solar, because solar is abundantly available in Southeast Asia. But if you look at, so it's in our calculation, solar has to grow at least 25 to 30 gigawatt annually from now until 2030. Right? And if you look at the capacities of Southeast Asia now, I think it's around 25 gigawatt production capacities in terms of cell and modules, right? But most of this actually to export to US. So it's still lack of capacity to serve the demand. So where's the next? The main problem, I think, with the Southeast Asia is that we still have to build silicon manufacturing. Well, Indonesia has abundant silica, but again, I think the issue with the economic of scale, because it's always like demand and supply, right? And it's need to be addressed. But I think in the near future, Southeast Asia could be a solar production hub. And Indonesia, again, I think we have the size of the market, we have the raw materials, but we need investment and capital and policy support, of course. So this is all the issues that I think we should address. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tumiva. That was very helpful. You mentioned 4 points actually, and before I come to Ramesh, let me recount one of them. You mentioned about capital intensity, the high environmental impacts or high energy intensity of the production process itself. Then you talked of technological obsolescence. Solar needs to compete with the other technologies, and finally about the fourth point is about the markets. How the rest of the world can become the production hub. But two of the points I found that they were common when Anika was also mentioning about financial or the capital aspects of investment and the environmental impacts, you said. So at least two of the points are common. So let me come to the third speaker, who is the Chief Program Officer of the International Solar Alliance. So being in the thick of things, how do you look at this and how will you cope with these challenges?
First of all, many thanks for the moderating the whole thing by you, because you have so much of experience. Before coming to the issue, let me very briefly, ISA is an intergovernmental organization, and we have now 121 countries part of this organization. And so we have a large mandate to help the countries how they can scale up solar. One of the key issues, I think, if I look back, this was created considering the countries which are on the both sides of the equator, where the Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn, where the maximum intensity of solar of 330 days are available. And still the capacities in many of the countries, especially in the Africa, is not created. So let me talk about that. There is a large requirement of a lack of demand. So the demand creation may be one of the key issues which needs to be addressed. Unless you have the demand, there is no economy of scale, and the chicken and egg story keep coming to that. So the one is that the African continent, because why I'm talking about African continent, because the emerging market or the developed worlds have seen so much of adding the solar capacities, but the African continent, if I put it in a scale, it's less than 20 gigawatt, which was put it in Africa as a continent, whereas the world has crossed more than 1,500 terawatt or that kind of capacity. So that is the one important area we need to look at it. The economic growth is always dependent on the energy, and then that's where we need to focus on how this demand can be created. That's number one. Two, on the supply side, I'm just seeing maybe silently the countries have witnessed the large capacity addition in one country, and it's a time for introspection why this has happened. Two issues I would let me point out on that one. On the I think many of the ESG framework still is lacking in manufacturing of many of this happening. This is one area which is very disturbing, and many countries have taken note of it, and the imports are being regulated considering that. That's number one. Two, I would also talk about there is a dumping tendency, the inferior quality of materials being dumped into many of these, which will not only see the sustainability issues, or beyond that, it also look at how the recycling and the whole e-waste, everything will kick in those things. So this is one important issue which needs to be looked into on that. So this is one of the key issues I'm seeing. So one is on the demand side and is on the supply side. Otherwise, Ian has brought out a very important the aspects of that. The third point I would also look at this stage on a futuristic basis. It's now the new technologies, whether it is perovskite, multi-junction, those kind of promising technologies. Let us take a view at this stage and see that it doesn't get concentrated in one country, or that it get more distributed in manufacturing, so that the technological breakthrough will be the order of the day if you look at beyond the current situations. So let me stop here with all these points.
Thank you, Ramesh. Thank you very much. You mentioned two important points, and let me once again recapitulate. While others have been talking about supply side constraints in creation of an alternative supply chain system, you talked of demand, creating a demand also for solar energy so that we can diversify. That's an important aspect, which has not happened so far. And the second, the one common element which is now emerging is that one of the possible ways to diversify is focusing on the environmental impacts of the production process. This is an area where others can perhaps do better and utilize that to improve their own standing in the market. So with this, let me come to Mr. Deepak Agrawal from Avada Group, and he's the Executive Vice President. So, Mr. Agrawal, what are your thoughts on this?
Hi, first of all, thank you, Terry, for giving us this opportunity. For the benefit of all, Avada Group is a fully integrated energy transition player. So we are into solar PV manufacturing. We are into renewable energy as asset owners. And we also do self-EPC for all our renewable energy projects. And we also recently transitioned into green fuels, which is green hydrogen and green ammonia. So we are a fully integrated player. So we can give a perspective both on solar PV manufacturing, how to scale up, as well as the issues on all challenges from the asset owner side, and also the issues related to the EPC execution. So if I take each one of them separately, yes, there is a clear need to scale up the solar capacity, both from the manufacturing side. So what we have done is that we are adopting an ecosystem-wide approach. Like, it is not just we getting into solar PV cell and module manufacturing and gradually further back into the supply chain. But we have also inviting all our potential vendors, at least the top 10 main component suppliers like back panels, EVA backsheets, then you have glass manufacturers, to be co-located at our factory. And we as an asset owner can supply renewable energy to them to address some of the environmental issues. We also insisting that at least with the top tier suppliers that they should conform to all the scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 emissions. May not today, but at least there should be a runway path to that, because we have given our commitment to Paris Alignment Plan. So we also want our vendors also to commit to that. And to that extent, they also agreed for a vendor audits, to be conducted periodically. So that is one approach. The second approach is also to increase the capacity. So we are very clear that, unless our vendors and the partners increase their capacity, how will we able to achieve our manufacturing capacities? Because the idea is to, if as a country we are tripling the solar installation target, we at Avada Group should be at least 5-fold of the target. So it's very important that the manufacturers also are aware of our plans and to grow sustainably. So if they want to invest in a new factory, how they can factor in the, the way to develop newer factories, like can they adopt a more cleaner, greener, sustainable sources to set up their factories through green steel or through green concretes? Maybe be far-fetched today, but at least vision should be there in place. So this is one aspect to be handled in the manufacturing side. The second on the EPC contracting, because we clearly see there is a very large shortage of civil contractors. So while on one hand, we are focusing a lot on the module capacity, but at the end of the day, we have to execute those projects on the ground. So there is a clear dearth of design engineers, clear dearth of civil contractors, who not just focus on like 5 megawatt or 10 or 50 megawatt, but whether they are capable to execute a 1 gigawatt project in a 6 months time frame. Because in India, no one will give you 5 years to execute a project of 5 gigawatt. So there is a clear race to time and there is a huge capital involved. So it's very important to increase the capacity of the civil contractors in the ecosystem. And finally, we as an asset owner, we are committing to a 25 years long-term fixed price PPA. So we have to mindful of the cost of this entire transition. So just because there is a very heavy push on the environment, can we really increase the cost of solar energy at that cost? Answer is still not clear, because we operate in a competitivity auction market. Government is fully supporting the agenda, but there is a demand side push as well, and there are certain constraints because they are looking no longer for just a plain vanilla solar solution. They are looking for hybrid. They are looking for firm and dispatchable renewable energy, and they're eventually into round-the-clock renewable energy. So the cost of round-the-clock renewable energy has to be also factored into when we are making this transition in the full backward supply chain. I'll stop here.
Absolutely right. Very important. And it's useful to hear about the practical example of how we can create capacity, standardize the energy consumption norms, and yet help the environment. So I think you have supported the three other speakers as far as the ecosystem approach is concerned. You have emphasized reduction of the energy intensity of the entire manufacturing process. And this is one of the possible ways in which we can distinguish ourselves. And then, of course, you are placing a value on the capacity creation itself. That's a very major thing. And I had not come across this formulation so far. So that's really a welcome thought. So with this, let me go over to Mr. Todi. Ankit Todi, isn't it? You represent Mahindra's, the two industry leaders who are present here. So how does Mahindra look at this? And can you give us some practical experience from your?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you firstly for hosting me. So for everyone's benefit, again, very quickly, Mahindra Group is about a 70 billion conglomerate based out of India, present in 20 different industries. We are both a major demand side player. We buy about $100 million of electricity, 35% of which is solar right now, with an aim to get to 100% renewable energy by 2030. But at the same time, we are also a major supply side player in the sense that we have three different renewable energy companies, one which does large scale projects, one which does small scale projects, and a third O&M and maintenance company, which is the world's 7th largest O&M and maintenance company. So we get to see the entire side of the equation, both as a demand and a supply side player. Now, given that we have had two very wonderful presentations and 5 excellent speakers, so I'm just making notes of some of the things that did not get covered. So from a cost of manufacturing perspective has been discussed, but there is often a cost of delay in approval. Now, typical data suggests that there is almost 3 times as much projects in approval stage than what's being deployed every year. And that itself adds a cost to the project. So how can we minimize the time between planning to execution, commissioning of a project? That's one. The second point, very quickly, while we have been discussing again about increasing capacity of solar module manufacturing, one problem that will continue to scale up is the old panels which need to be recycled. So how can we focus on building a planned capacity of recycling of solar panels as we grow the industry and bring in circularity of material? So this is beyond, let's say, the point that ma'am made about green steel and green concrete, but bring about circularity in the industry altogether for all the material that goes into a panel. The third is also the importance of responsible RE procurement. And when I talk about responsible RE procurement, it's about how do you look at both the second order social benefits, which is the concept of just transition. Are you skilling the right people? Are you providing meaningful employment? But also things like, efficient use of water for cleaning of panels, etc. There are a variety of 10, 12 different factors that goes into responsible RE procurement. So for the large players who are buying renewable energy. Fourth point, very quickly, for a country like India in particular, we have a rough time zone difference of about 2.5 hours between the two extreme ends of the country, while we still have a common grid. So how do we maximize this to sort of increase the duration? Currently, most of the development is happening in the western part of the country and to some extent in the southern. And this does not apply only to our country, but also how can we create green solar corridors across different geographies to capture more of the energy by having common grids. And lastly, on the demand side equation, while solar in the form of electricity requirement will continue to grow, but there are many other enablers, particularly the demand for green hydrogen, green steel, with prices going down for storage, and most importantly, electrification. So a big theme globally when it comes to emission reduction is about how do we convert all the fossil fuel based heat processes into electric based processes. Now, all of that will lead to increased demand of energy. So accelerating that particular area of work will also lead to a significant demand. So just stopping with those quick points.
Okay.
Thank you.
So allow me to summarize your 3 points. You talked of circularity, promoting circularity and responsible procurement systems. And finally, the last point, can you please recall once again?
The demand side acceleration
Yeah.
through a variety of methods.
Electrification, higher electrification, which would increase the demand for energy and solar units. Thank you very much. Singhi Saab, let me come back to you now. We have heard you so many times about industrial decarbonization. So can you tell us something about solar and the future of the renewable energy?
Sure. Happy afternoon, everyone. This is Mahendra Singhi from Dalmia Cement. And for the information of everyone, in 2018, we committed that we will be using 100% renewable energy by 2030. And in renewable energy basket, we have solar, we have wind, as well as we have power generation from the waste hot gases of cement industry. Now, today, we are at the 33% stage of using renewable energy. And by next year, it will be 60%. Now, one of the important questions which was raised is that how to create and generate demand. And I think industry is one sector in addition to government, which is a public consumer, that demand can be generated. So I have a few solutions to offer. One, how technology can play a very important role. So like today, when we discuss with the manufacturers of PV, or when we discuss with the players who are offering to give us solar power, but then the contracts, one, are for 25 years. Secondly, the efficiency ranges only from 18 to 20%. Now there are various technological improvements which have already happened. So now if 25 to 30% efficiency can be understood, and maybe the time frame that is in 6 months time or 1 year time, it may happen. Then industry would like to commit, because once we have the 18% to 20% efficient solar panels, then we have to continue it for 25, 30 years. So that is required, that how whatever innovations which have happened, and we see the startups who have already come up. So how that innovation can come in the real manufacturing. Second, how 40 to 50 years life can be committed. We do know that now the suppliers do say that yes, panels will last for 30 or 35 years, but because of any right or wrong reason, they are offering 25 years. And that is not allowing the cost to come down. Ultimately, the demand would be created when the cost further comes down. And in my personal view, today, the cost, which is I talk of a per megawatt cost in India. So there it should come down by 30 to 40% more. And like Bikwaral presentation said that there's a price war, but I would say price was quite abnormal at the time. Now price is coming to normalcy, and it may again take some time. And then the more the demand, the better the price would be. And the better the price would be, then yes, industry would commit, private players would commit. So I would say, one, the technology part; third, the life for 35 to 40 years, so that the cost comes down. And third, for India, how at lower rate finance can be made available either to the developer or the companies who are on their own putting up. So this is very, very important. Now, another point is that, like ISA, my compliments to ISA for doing great job worldwide, globally. This ISA is for countries. What about the private players? Whether there can be in the ISA itself, there can be a association, there's a group which works for private players, though indirectly they might be doing it, but then whether that can happen. And third one is the major challenge, again, which can also enhance demand, is the availability of power around the clock. Today, the limitation even for my company also, or for many industries, is also that what to do about, say, 4 hours, 6 hours power. One solution which is broadly now being talked about is the storage power. Now, the storage which is in through battery or through pump. When we go for battery, the life may be 10, 12 years. When we go for pump, which may take more time, it may be 30, 40 years. But the one point which I would like to highlight is that our Prime Minister had talked about one earth, one sun, and one grid. So now, if that type of project can be implemented globally in a big way, then definitely where there's a day, and in India, if it's a night, that power can be transferred. So I think ISA and other countries must be working on it. But what I understood 2 days back, that Georgia and Azerbaijan, they have entered into contract for supplying power to Europe, which may be, say, 2,000 kilometers away or 2,500 kilometers away. And that too also during off time or peak time for them, and off time here. So these type of projects, I think we need to talk about, because though that was a great slogan, there was some project initiative which was launched, but then how practically that can be used. And like he has highlighted the story that there's a time gap difference of 2.5 hours, even in India also. So how that can also be explored, so that in round the clock problem, to some extent, problem gets solved. So I would say that yes, demand can be generated. Let technology improvements come. Let cost come down. Let consensual finance come up. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Singhi. I mean, the cost of round-the-clock energy has been emphasized also by 2 other speakers, Mr. Agrawal, and I think Mr. Todi also spoke about it. That's an important consideration. I mean, that's, according to you, is something which needs to be tackled with. And you talked of innovation in the manufacturing process itself, improving the efficiency. That also adds to the cost reductions. But the questions relating to ISA, I think I'll come back to Mr. Ramesh Kumar. I hope he has taken note of those concerns. We'll come back to him once again. So let me now come to Mr. Graham from Thomson Reuters. You have heard all the panelists. You need not be constrained by that. We'll look forward to your absolutely original thoughts.
Thank you very much. It's a very strange position for me to be on a panel instead of asking the questions as a journalist. So I'll have to get used to that change of roles. So my main way into this is through our reporting on the just transition. So I'm a deputy editor at the Thomson Reuters Foundation. We have a smaller newsroom. We publish on context.news, and we do a lot of in-depth reporting on the just transition in India, Bangladesh, Brazil, South Africa, and we also have held dialogues with local NGOs, including Terry, in India. And at those dialogues, bringing together kind of leaders of business, some of whom are here today, we found that in order to make a just transition work, there's a need for targeted reskilling, especially for groups like women, like migrants that don't have a role in the energy sector, but could down the line, especially in remote areas where and off-grid solar, where that could be a huge potential. For that to happen, there needs to be scalable but also tailored models to specific places. That was something we heard from business leaders, as well as government incentives to support that work. And so alongside these dialogues, from our reporting, a lot of the reporting we've done has shown both the good and the bad of skilling efforts. So we've seen a lot of examples where, for example, the Indian government's reskilling program, which has skilled tens of thousands of people, only less than half have found jobs in the solar sector because of the sometimes between government and between the private sector. So that's a huge challenge that we're looking at. Also, in terms of I think a lot of the time with just transition, like Fabi was saying with Indonesia and the opposition against the silicon industry there, geography is often forgotten about when we talk about huge numbers, when we talk about the growth of industries, when we talk about the competitiveness of an industry. You forget about where these trainings need to take place to support the local industry. If, for example, in that area of Indonesia, there are locals skilled and brought into the industry, that's going to have a huge impact in terms of the just transition and also in terms of potential opposition to growth, especially when it comes to places that haven't been as used to that kind of industrial growth of the type that will be needed to hit 1.5. So there's some of the things we're looking at, and I do encourage you to look at some of our reporting on context.news, where we're looking into lots of these issues with a truly global team, and we've been very lucky to have the input from great people at TERI and elsewhere. And if you have ideas for stories on these things, then you know where to find me.
Okay, thanks, excellent. I mean, you have touched upon the social and the employment dimension of the solar industry, which others did mention, but you have emphasized that, and that's very important. With this, we have finished the first round of interventions by the speakers. We have about 10 minutes more left with us. So I'll request Mr. Ramesh Kumar to respond to Mr. Singh's questions about the role of private sector in promotion of solar energy at the global scale and how ISA can help that. And secondly, about establishing the global grids in terms of energy management. How do you look at this and as a role of ISA?
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Singhi, for asking these questions. Very important question for us. So on question on private sector, essentially ISA is working to create an ecosystem in terms of regulations, policies in all countries, so that the private investments are attracted, because it's not, even though it is situated in India, we are actually helping the other countries to how solar can be scaled up. So what essentially we are trying to see is their policies and regulations, how it can be kind of doing an ease of doing business and regulate less, more enable by the countries or the governments. That's what we are precisely working on. So we'll discuss more on that, and how we are creating that. We'll give a detailed we can have a detailed discussions on that. But essentially, we wanted to see private investments are coming. Private sector people have the opportunities there, because the money available with the public sector or the government is very limited. Only private sector can play an important role in all these things. So this is one aspect to that. Now coming to the other question on One Sun, One World, One Grid. Which is an exciting, very innovative thought of Honorable Prime Minister of India. And the idea is, he, as he says, or as we know, is now sun never sets. In some country or other country, it's always there. So we should make use of the generation and meeting the demand. So that's the way it has to be seen. Now, in terms of implementing that, where do we stand? Let me have a bit of where do we do that? We have to understand that there are grids in Southeast Asia, and then the ASEAN countries. There is the transcontinent, I would say, trans-country grids available. South Asia, there is a grid available, and then there is GCC, which is in the covering the many of the Gulf countries, and then the African grids. You know what we are doing it today. There are how do we integrate these grids so that the power can flow from far east to towards the west side, at least up to the European side and the African side. How do we get connected? So we are just seeing how the South Asian grid can be connected to ASEAN. The studies are very much advancing there. Similarly, we are looking at how from the South Asian grid connecting to the GCC. That's we are trying to see how a link or a underwater sea cable can be laid from, say, from the Gujarat the Gujarat side to the Oman or other UAE. All these the technical studies are on. And then finally, it's connected to getting Saudi Arabia and Saudi Arabia to Egypt. Some of the links like Saudi to Egypt is already under construction. So, you know, this requires one, technically the study, how this can be connected, number one. Second is the regulation and policies. The regulation of the grid or electricity is totally different in these regions. So we need to integrate with that. That's we are working on that parallelly, how the regulations can have an harmony or how an agreement can be reached. That's the other part of in terms of regulating the power. Or more importantly is finally the political will has to be there. The countries need to be ready to do that. All these three fronts we are working very closely, and the first simulation of the energy flow from the Southeast Asia to ASEAN and from here to GCC countries, as the Gulf countries, these things are in a very advanced stage. So let me stop here.
Thank you, Mr. Ramesh Kumar. Thanks for your thoughts. I would personally suggest that these are excellent thoughts, and it will be good if ISA can come up with some kind of a technical paper on this or an approach paper, if not a roadmap, because these are not easy solutions which you can achieve in 2 years or 5 years' time. It will take time. But you need to come up with a paper which is globally read and discussed, and then people come up with their own ideas. Excellent thoughts. So we have a few minutes left with us. If there are any questions from the audience and the listeners, you have an excellent panel. I mean, you will miss this opportunity if you don't ask them now. Anyone? Yes, sir.
My name is Anupam, and I'm from Dalmia Cement. My question is to entire panel, maybe ISA and probably some other panel members can also give their interventions. The point is, in the previous,
because he has already answered.
Okay, in the previous presentation, there was a technology slide where it was mentioned the new evolving technologies, TOPCon and other evolving technologies. And at the same time, then there is industry which is putting up the solar power plants in the long term, which will be running for 25 years, 30 years, as mentioned by Mr. Singhi. So now, if there are some global or probably national level, some demand aggregations are there for those technologies which are emerging. So the point is how faster they can be implemented in the industry through some demand aggregation, which will also bring down the cost for the, the manufacturers of the technology. It will also be for them important to understand that how much is the demand so that they can also quickly scale up the technology at their level and then offer it to the industry if there are some aggregation models in the market.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other question before I request him? So, Mr. Ramesh Kumar, if any thoughts which you have?
Okay, I have a very limited answer to that. Your question is very important. How would you aggregate the demand so that there is a visibility for such technologies to evolve? Looking back, this is what at the current role, I mean, ISA is doing it, but then stepping back, if I was in Solar Energy Corporation, there's a time when we started aggregating these demands and creating that scale and flow of solar power from region to region. And all this actually created an ecosystem for more investments, and the rest is an history. So I think this is very important point which you are talking about. Very recently, I again take an example of the green hydrogen. We talk about green hydrogen, and the first thing is you need to create some demand. Then only there will be production happening. So, in fact, SECI has taken demand from smaller players and aggregated, and they are coming out with a tender of they are issuing. So these are some of the things in Indian context. The similar context, we are just seeing how this can be done in the other countries together. If it is in the states within the states in India, it's maybe across the countries. It's may not be right for me to say for a technology focused some tenders or anything. I mean, you need to in a different level to reach that. I'm sure we have not reached that level. If you're coming to the LDCs and where the basic demand need to be met. So I will not be talking about the technology. Technology agnostically, we'll be talking about solar. But I think future, this is very important point. I think some governments need to do this to create that, simulate the demand as well as the economizing in the pricing of that. Thank you.
It's always a tough decision whether to aggregate it this at the national level or at the global level or international level. But yes, Mr. Agrawal.
So I just want to add, I give you an example, what's happening not in solar, but in electrolyzer. It's a completely new technology. And again, SECI took the initiative to aggregate the demand and put whatever technology as developers you want to test, to participate and supply green hydrogen in. And there is a very clear roadmap on the level of indigenization that you need to achieve in the first 5 years. So if we are deciding on AEM or someone else is deciding on PEM and third player is deciding on SOEC, the idea is that it's a technology agnostic tender. They have asked for the supply of green hydrogen, but they have given that technology flexibility to the developer. So it's an excellent initiative in a completely new sunrise industry that is just shaping up. And here, unlike in many other sectors of the economy, here you are almost at the same level at what most of the other countries are, where the green hydrogen is still at a very nascent stage. So this is a classic example of collaborating the technology and coming down with the tender where you actually focus on the molecule and leave it to the market forces to decide which technology we eventually take up.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So with this, let me exercise my privilege to request each speaker to encapsulate their thought in maybe half a minute. One message which you would like to give. Let me start with Anika.
There are so many things, but I think it's more about that I would like us to think that when we deploy solar power, let's ensure that we do it in a very responsible way and really think about the full system. And also one aspect that I think is important, that solar needs to be part of the entire system. So to combine it with batteries, with solar or wind together so that it becomes more of a hybrid system that can also be standalone system if we optimize it correctly. I think there are so many possibilities with solar. So let's look at it as a full system and not as a technology only.
Okay. Fabi?
Solar is the future. I mean, it's very clear that we want to decarbonize at a speed and scale that we need solar, right? But we have to remember that building up the supply chains requires multiple efforts. So I expect that we can have like global collaboration, but also regional collaboration. So I think we have to make use the potentials of having regional market for all of this product. The demand, I think, can be aggregated from that. And in this case, streamlining and making national government to have policy support is very, very important, I think. I mean, if you want to do that at a regional level, and I think that's where the demand is, to make the solar productions become more competitive. And we talk about a very, very cheap solar right now, and we have to compete with the existing price.
Sir Ramesh?
Thank you. Thank you. So I think we are very sure that the solar will play a very critical role in energy transition, energy security, and energy access. All the three areas, solar will play a very key role. That's very clear. But my focus would be more to see how the energy access issues can be addressed through more deployment of solar along with the other, say, battery storage and all in all the remote areas of the world, they get access to the power. So that's what my thought would be. Thank you.
Mr. Agrawal?
Yeah, I think I agree with some of the fellow panelists that we need to grow solar, execute it at a very large scale. But yeah, it has to be responsible. It has to be in a sustainable way. It has to be just so that it's not that other sectors should feel that they are being left out. But this is just a technology evaluation, and solar certainly is expected to lead the transition in renewable energy space.
Okay. Mr. Todi?
So completely echo with all the thoughts so far. So keeping it very simple, move forward faster.
Okay. Mr. Singhi?
Solar is present, solar is future also. And solar also represents the philosophy of clean and green, is profitable and sustainable. And at the end, I would say that in particular in Indian context, that let agriculture land friendly panels be created in a big way. And second, all roofs now, maybe after a year, or maybe after two years, all roofs, whether it's a roof of the house or roof of the factory or anywhere, all roofs should be only of solar panels.
Okay. Agrivoltaics and rooftop. Yeah. Jack, you have the last word.
That's a lot of pressure. I would say the just transition from all of our reporting shows how vital that is to not be kind of a footnote in a policy document, but be a real thing happening with skills, with community development, etc., in the places it's needed, in specific geographies where it's most needed.
Wonderful. With this, I'll not attempt to summarize at all now. We have heard an excellent and a very wide range of thoughts and opinion on the subject. All of them are critically important. Each one of them is important, both on the supply side and the demand side. Ultimately, the future, as I can see from the intervention made by these panelists, is not just cost, but also the environmental impact which this industry is going to make. And that's what will determine the pace at which the solar as part of the energy system will grow. If it can distinguish itself in terms of the environmental value, it will, I think, meet the expectations of the global stakeholders and also help the people who are investing in this earn sufficient incomes and revenues to be able to sustain the growth. So thank you very much for, once again, to all the speakers for their excellent presentations and ideas. And thank you all for patiently listening to us.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Rashmi, sir, for an excellent, hour of rich discussions. From the TERI and the Becquerel DO, maybe I'll take this opportunity to also propose to Ramesh ji that we will be happy to take this conversation forward to look at how we can create how the Becquerel TERI duo can bring in more private sector work with and along with ISA. Would be happy to discuss that. We'll go to the next slide. From one of the primary things that and this is a QR code that you will also see on the table and also on the screen. This gives you access to TERI's knowledge resources in terms of both clean energy transitions and energy and industry decarbonization. Under the aegis of the industry charter for near zero emission ambition by 2050, we are continuing the effort to mobilize more knowledge, more power in terms of informed decision making, informed investment decisions in the global south. And with the Becquerel Institute, we're also looking at a unique global south and global north partnership to bring in more such exciting sessions to you. Terry's engagement, high level engagement on the next slide, commences with this, super powerful panel today. On the screen, you would see the upcoming sessions, across, various pavilions that Terry is hosting, and we would welcome all of you to be part of this journey. As we close on things, may I request all panel members to stand up for a photo opportunity, and have a great COP29 ahead. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Is this working or?
You have to wear your headsets.
Oh, okay. We can tell everyone.
Wait, I need to get from that.
Shall we start, Aarti? A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can everyone hear me? On behalf of the International Solar Alliance, the Asian Development Bank, and the Clean Energy Ministerial, a very warm welcome to the session on accelerating solar adoption with storage. I'm Ridula Bharadwaj, Capacity Building Specialist and Program Lead for the Storage, Green Hydrogen, and Solar E-Mobility programs of International Solar Alliance under the ISA ADB Technical Assistance Partnership. To begin the session, I would like to invite Mr. Joshua Wycliffe, Chief of Operations, ISA, to give the welcome address. Over to you, Mr. Wycliffe.
Honorable Excellencies, esteemed dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to the side event here on bridging the energy gap, accelerating solar adoption with storage as part of the COP29 program that we have. Very good afternoon, and again, thank you very much for choosing to attend this event. And we're delighted to co-host this event in partnership with the Asian Development Bank and the Clean Energy Ministerial, the CEN. As we progress towards a more sustainable energy future, the importance of adaptable energy storage system becomes increasingly significant. And of course, it's becoming more and more evident that how much we become more and more dependent on this. These systems are essential for enhancing energy and fortifying the resilience of energy infrastructure across nations, in particular small island states and LDCs. Energy storage is a key option to manage the variability of renewable energy sources and ensure a reliable, round-the-clock supply throughout the electricity system value chain. This is more so understood in depth when there is a small island development state which struggles not even have a consistent power supply, be it night or day. There are small island states which just conduct their surgeries, C-section cost surgeries with the help of mobile phone, the torchlight on a mobile phone. Such is the excruciating need for electricity. In terms of that, we then see how storage batteries come to become a big bulwark of support in being able to provide not just healthcare, but for everyday life. Although pumped hydro storage dominates total storage capacity today, battery energy storage systems are developing rapidly with falling costs and improving performance. Declining costs and, of course, improved storage capacities due to high-performance battery materials development have made batteries and other storage technologies increasingly favorable for integrating with the existing RE generation systems. As per an IRENA report, the installed costs of battery storage systems could fall by 50 to 60%, and the battery storage stationary applications is expected to grow at least 17-fold by the year 2030. ISA's Scaling Solar E-Mobility and Storage Performance program is to support the creation of enabling ecosystem for energy storage to enable large-scale solar deployment in ISA member countries. ISA has initiated projects in the short, medium, and long-term duration with technologies for developing frameworks and country-level assessment in the storage of in energy storage space. For this, we have a presentation today. The team would show and share more details about the projects. ISA focuses on diverse energy storage technologies, including batteries, CAES, gravity, and PHES. ISA also aids the member countries in shaping policies, regulatory frameworks, support, and guidelines for faster energy storage adoption, and the legislation that goes to supporting a tweak in the legislation to be able to promote the use of storage and deploy storage facilities in their frameworks. Today, we will release a report, which is called the Framework for Energy Storage Prioritization to Boost Solar Deployment in LDCs and SIDS, as part of an overall study titled Developing Prioritization Framework for Energy Storage System for Accelerating Solar Project Deployment in LDCs and SIDS. The study will help us identify candidate countries for solar integrated energy storage implementation. The report covers various short and medium-term energy storage technologies and presents a technology prioritization framework for selection of solarizing technologies for different use cases that we have. It includes examples of global deployment of a few of these technologies as well in the report. Many thanks to our Honorable Excellencies, dignitaries, speakers, and the esteemed audience for joining this event once more. I'm looking forward to having a very informative and enriching discussions. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Wycliffe, for opening today's proceedings. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite Mr. Jeevan Sharma Acharya, Principal Energy Specialist, South Asia Department, ADB Headquarters, Philippines, to give the inaugural address. He will be joining virtually from Manila. Over to you, Mr. Acharya.
Yeah. Thank you, Mridula. I hope all of you can hear me. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Asian Development Bank, I would like to welcome all of you to this session, Bridging the Energy Gap, Accelerating Solar Adoption with Storage. We are very much delighted to partner with the International Solar Alliance through the ISA ADB Knowledge Support and the Technical Assistance Program to deploy solar energy at scale across various identified sectors. And one of them is storage. ADB and ISA are working together to identify, develop, and implement projects on storage. Further, I would like to thank our co-host International Solar Alliance and Clean Energy Ministerial for collaborating with us for this session today. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, the demand for power system flexibility is growing due to the integration of variable renewables and increased energy needs from industrialization and electrification. Battery storage, especially medium duration batteries, is becoming crucial for providing short to medium term power system flexibility. In 2023, battery storage in the energy sector, including EVs, exceeded to 2,400 gigawatt hour, with over 2,000 gigawatt hour of lithium-ion battery volume added in the last 5 years. The global market for battery storage doubled in 2023, with utility scale systems driving most growth and behind the meter storage contributing to 35% of the annual growth during the year. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, energy storage technologies are mainly categorized into two main groups: high energy capacity for extended discharge and high power capacity for rapid discharge. Established technologies like pump storage, hydro systems, compressed air energy storage, and electrochemical batteries fall under high energy capacity storage, serving energy management and the backup needs. On the other hand, high power energy technologies such as supercapacitors, superconducting magnetic energy storage, and flywheels deliver quick bursts of power for applications requiring rapid power delivery. Technological advancements are enhancing the flexibility of these storage solutions, improving grid reliability and efficiency. Battery storage provides short-term flexibility and a range of services, including ancillary and reserve services, system adequacy, and congestion management. And these are the things that all of you are very, very much aware of it. I'm just emphasizing that the importance of battery storage in our day-to-day life. Short-term to medium-term storage technologies are vital for storing excess energy and ensuring higher renewable energy penetration into the grid. These capabilities make storage a crucial partner for intermittent renewable energy technologies, enhancing their effectiveness and enabling a higher penetration into the grid. To leverage this potential, it is essential to scale up storage solutions through increased investments, supportive policies, robust supply chain, advancement in research and development, and cost reduction. Asian Development Bank, ADB, being a climate bank for the Asia Pacific region, we have been working very closely with all the developing member countries and also other development partners to enhance activities both for mitigation and adaptation, and then renewable energy technology, including batteries, fall as a very important part of what we do. Our ADB-wide target of 100 billion climate investment by 2030 is something that we are trying to achieve way earlier, and then as much as possible working with all the developing member countries and also with other development partners. Just to give you an example, on 24th of October, ADB board has approved a $434.25 million investment to India to promote solar solar energy in the Indian state of Assam, which will be constructing about 500 megawatt of solar energy, solar photovoltaic, using our sovereign financing, $250 million with a public-private partnership. And in that project, there is also a battery storage component has been also added for about 100 megawatt hour. And then we feel that a technology like this, an intervention like this, would not only help demonstrate the technology, but also on the business model, which can be scaled up in the coming days within India and also in other countries. With this, I end my opening remarks. We are once again very grateful to all our esteemed speakers for accepting to share their experiences, and all the stakeholders and audience for their time and interest. All the best for a very enriching and informative discussion on this important topic. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Acharya, for setting the context and giving the ADB perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to have the participation of Mr. Jean-Francois, head of SEM Secretariat. We all know him as JF. He was supposed to join us from Istanbul because he's on the way to COP. And unfortunately, it's very noisy there, but we had a backup plan, and we will play the video that he recorded for us before starting. So I will request my colleague to start the video, please.
Unlock the full potential of solar energy by harnessing it whenever it's generated and making it available when it's most needed, improving reliability and power supply. COP28 to build capacity and resilience in energy storage systems. I'm therefore very pleased to announce that this Friday in Baku at COP29, we will launch the SEM case study report from emerging the over 40 actions included in the SEM agenda for action on power system solutions that was endorsed by 29 SEM members at SEM 15 in Brazil last month. Has been supporting it as an implementation platform to deliver on our shared climate goals, ensuring that we not only solar supply chains launched at SEM 15 by the SEM Transforming Solar Supply Chains Initiative, which is coordinated jointly by ISA and IRENA. This report focuses on is proud to provide its collaborative platform to support this community and enable sharing of knowledge as well as the creation of coalitions bringing together stakeholders from governments, industry leaders, and community advocates to ensure that successful approaches are replicated and scaled up. As we move from setting targets such as the tripling of renewable power capacity to implementing concrete actions, including the acceleration of the deployment of solar and storage technologies, the SEM and its community remain steadfast in acting together on concrete outcomes to supercharge clean energy deployment that maximizes the benefits of an accelerated clean energy transitions that leaves no one behind. Thank you.
Many thanks, JF, for providing us insights into SEM's storage initiatives and overall plans. Ladies and gentlemen, before we launch the report, I'll take a few minutes to explain about the report and my KPMG colleagues who have worked with us in this project. They will join from Delhi. Can I ask you to please present the PPT presentation, Rajendra? Okay, great. So this is the if you go to the next slide, please. Yeah, we all know the the governance structure of ISA. Just for the heck of it, I thought I'll just present to people who do not know. ISA has 103 member countries right now, so it gives us a big platform to do different programs with them. And so we go to the next slide, please. So we have 9 programs, and the storage program is program 5, which is integrated with solar e-mobility. And also we have program 9, which is green hydrogen. And as you all know, green hydrogen is one of the potential candidates for long duration energy storage. So in that perspective, we'll go to the next slide and see the whole, the bigger picture. The role of ISA, as we know, is to basically check the readiness level preparedness of our member countries for large-scale deployment of energy storage systems, including green hydrogen. And we do it by 5-pronged approach. The first is enable the policy and regulatory framework, support our countries in that aspect. And then we do this, the technological, identifying technological gaps, and then go to resources is another thing that we do under that. Then we, the facilitating environment for the implementation of storage, big scale. And then, we, of course, we have the partnership and, synergy building with our collaborators. And then we have the identification of the project pipeline to take it to the next level. So that's kind of summarizes what we do. Going to the next slide. I'll specifically talk about the 2 storage projects that are happening right now. And one is the energy storage system for short and medium duration that Joshua also mentioned. The phase one we just started a couple of months back, which is developing prioritization framework for energy storage system for accelerating solar project deployment in SIDS and LDC member countries. And so the report that will be launched today is part of that, not the whole report, but it's part of few milestones that we are launching today. And the similar thing we are doing for long duration energy storage, as you see on the right side of the screen, we'll be again doing that for the developing nations. And then the phase two for both these projects will be country level deep dive and customizing our analysis and understanding for that particular member country. And the third will be the pilot implementation. So with that, I'll invite my colleague from KPMG, Anvesha Thakkar. She's partner in KPMG, and she'll take a couple of minutes to tell you the summary of what we've found so far. Over to you, Anvesha.
Okay, can we go to the next slide? Hi, everyone. I'm Ritesh from KPMG, and we shall just join. There's some communication gap. So good afternoon, everyone. So this report is all about, is a part of an overall study, which is, as explained by Mridula, is a part of Project One, Energy Storage System, short and medium duration. The objective of the study is mainly to develop a framework for energy storage technology prioritization to boost solar deployment in LDCs and SIDS. The report will majorly provide you, the reader, with an understanding of the role of storage technologies in managing scale-up of renewable energy. It provides an overview of available short to medium-term storage technologies. It gives an innovative technology evaluation framework for prioritizing technologies as per use cases. So when I say use cases, it is very application-oriented framework developed, where we try to shortlist technologies which will be applicable for the use for the certain applications which is there practically there. And lastly, it will cover case study snapshots for some of the prioritized technologies deployed in SIDS and LDCs as well as globally. So coming to the technology evaluation framework, the approach broadly comprises of 3 steps. First is doing a comparative analysis of the storage technology, basis technical and commercial parameters, followed by an analysis of storage characteristic required for different use cases, and then mapping each of the technologies against the use cases. Can you go to the next slide? So this is step 1, where we try to do a comparative analysis of the storage technologies. We try to identify relevant technical and commercial characteristics of those storage technologies, and then map each characteristic of each technologies, both on the commercial and technical fronts, followed by where we compare the technologies in the technical parameters, where do they stand, and on the commercial parameters, where do they stand. If you see it in the left-hand side, we have tried to list the technology like lead-acid batteries, lithium-ion batteries, and then we have tried to compare each of the technologies per se with respect to different technology characteristics such as power density, response time, deployment ease. Similarly, on the commercial parameter front, we do a comparison with respect to various parameters such as global vendor ecosystem, raw material availability, the technology readiness level, scale of operations, etc., and do a scoring of it. Next slide. The step 2 is more about understanding what are the key characteristics or the key parameters which is required for the applications. When we say applications in terms of grid, there will be applications such as utility energy management, CNI energy management, ancillary services, etc., where we are looking at various use cases such as load shifting, price arbitrage, and see what are the parameters which we define or which are very important for those use cases. So this is a part of the study where we list on the application areas for energy storage and identify the key storage characteristics required for each use case. Next slide. Finally, we come to a page where we try to marry the requirement of the use case, what are the technical characteristics required, and what are the technologies which will be able to satisfy those technical characteristics, and define which are the technologies which are more relevant for those use cases. So basically, this is what you'll be finding in the report. I hope you find the report useful. And thank you. Thanks a lot.
If I may just add, sorry, I think I had some technical glitch and I got, I got out of this webinar. But just to add what the audience can look forward, in the next phase of the report, we are further going to evaluate the conditions that exist in SIDES, the small island developing countries, as well as in LDCs, specifically with respect to the typical conditions of, low grid availability, a decentralized power systems, etc., to see what are the best use cases or applications of storage that are relevant. Then basis the energy condition and the power system that exists in these countries, we will also suggest what are the use cases and therefore what kind of storage technologies are best suited for these use cases. And from there on, for some candidate LDCs and SEDs, we will also suggest what can be the storage roadmap. As a phase 2 and phase 3 of the study, as Mridula said, we will further get into a detailed deep dive in feasibility in some of the countries for application of storage and looking at pilots in the phase 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Anvesha and team. And just to let you know, ladies and gentlemen, we've done a similar thing for the green hydrogen. And we launched it under G20 last year, our readiness ecosystem readiness evaluation framework. And that has become a key tool for us right now to do deep dive for green hydrogen for the member countries and also come up with the roadmap for those countries. We'll do the similar thing for storage as well. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to announce the launch of our report on framework for energy storage prioritization to boost deployment in LDCs and SIDS. May I please invite on the stage Mr. Joshua Wycliffe, CEO ISA, Mr. Ramesh Kumar Kurupat, Chief of Unit Program and Project Implementation Cluster, Ms. Julia Sauder, Executive Director and CEO, Global Long Duration Energy Storage Council, Dr. Arunabha Ghosh, Founder and CEO, Council on Energy, Environment and Water. Dr. Rashi Gupta, please come on the stage. And Dr. Roland Roche from IRENA. Mr. Jayaprakash is around. Please come on the dais. MD of GovNil. Thanks again, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to begin our session now. I'm delighted to invite Ms. Julia Sauder, ED and CEO, Global Long Duration Energy Storage Council, to kindly moderate the session. Julia is a strategic executive with over 20 years of expertise in the energy and environmental sectors as a coalition builder, change maker, and motivator for inclusive implementation. She has worked in multiple roles at the US Department of Energy and serves as the chair of the Global Renewable Alliance. Over to you, Julia, to take the session forward.
Hello. Thank you all. It's wonderful to be here, and congratulations to ISA and to KPMG for a fantastic report that we look forward to supporting. Also want to say thank you to ADP and SEM for their partnership with ISA and the group today and the focus of storage. We heard from the previous panelists about how important capacity is, and really that we cannot go forward on decarbonization without storage. And it's a critical role as a catalyst to ensure that economies around the world have this partnership of renewables and storage together. So we're thrilled to have a very distinguished panel, both online and virtual and in person, join us. So I'd like to ask our panelists to join the stage too. So please, Dr. Gupta, if you can come back, Dr. Ghosh, Dr. Jain, and Mr. Masura, I think you're online, Mr. Zhao, Mr. Steely, Mr. Jay Prakash. Yeah, we've got. Great. All right. Hey, thanks for your flexibility. Another key part of energy storage. So we'll be bouncing back and forth between in person and online. So turning to online to one of our good friends, Dr. Amit Jain from the World Bank. It's really we're thrilled to hear you, and we know that you have to jump to something. So as a senior energy specialist from the World Bank, I have a question for you on what are the latest financing trends for storage as you see from your perspective at the World Bank?
Julia, thank you very much for having me. You can hear me, right?
Yes, I just can't see you, but we can hear you.
Okay, that's all right. Okay. So first, let's accept the fact that we are all moving towards very high penetrations of renewable energy across the globe, which makes it much more pertinent to have storage to have more informed power in the grid. We have talked about it. But let me jump to your question very quickly. The big challenge with storage so far has been monetization of storage. While solar and wind clearly give us electrons and we can have PPAs built on renewable energy, storage does not generate anything. It does not produce electrons. That's why it is to some extent monetize the storage into PPA. But several business models are now operating across the world, which are giving us innovative financing options. For example, energy shifting. How do we shift energy load from afternoon to evening by using storage? One example is World Bank has financed a Chhattisgarh storage, which is taking a thermal plant in the evening off. So the storage is providing peak shaving in the evening. This is the number one financing option, what we have experienced globally. 50% of the storage across the world is being taken care by energy shifting. Second is behind the meter, which is usually for solar rooftop. Higher penetration of solar rooftops in large countries like India, Germany, or even US is making much more feasible that storage could be used behind the meter. So 30% of installations are going behind the meter. Ancillary services, somebody mentioned in the starting as well, fluctuating voltage control has to be taken into account if we are looking at more and more penetration. 15% of the financing option going for ancillary services. Remaining is only 5%. There are more than 40 value additions given by storage, but yet only 3 are prevalent more and more. Just very quickly, Julia, one more thing. As we move forward towards higher penetration of storage, what we have observed is at step 1, usually go for ancillary services because they are looking at the curtailment of solar and wind if the penetration increases beyond 10 and 20%. So we have observed globally, we have storage between 30 minutes to 2 hours, short-term storage for ancillary services. As step number 2, governments are going for energy shifting between 4 to 6 hours, which is medium-term storage. But now, of course, a report by LDS and also McKinsey mentioned that base load storage, or what we call round the clock, where there are models coming for 24/7, where you have storage and renewables available for round the clock. It is to some extent expensive, but a lot of governments are going for that option as well. So these are the latest financing trends and business models, what we have observed in storage. Julia, thank you.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you very much, Amit, for your really high level components that really show the criteria that is needed to address energy shifting, the curtailment you pointed out, but to not sell ourselves short and to really make sure that we're looking at the additional value add. I like how you noted there's 40 additional criteria, but only 3 are marketed today. And we look forward to working with governments to help create more tools. And the World Bank also did a great report on how to create a round-the-clock PPA template. And so there's all this great work that's happening, and really appreciate your leadership and continued support for all types of energy storage. So thank you so much. And now I'd like to turn to Dr. Gupta. She is the founder and managing director of Vision Micronics. It's a private LTD. And you've been working in the storage industry for a while and really kind of seen some back and forth. I wanted to ask you, what are the key barriers? We heard about some of the financing criteria that Amit just highlighted, but what are key barriers hindering the widespread adoption of energy storage solutions in emerging economies? And if you're looking at cost and technology, maturity, policy frameworks, are any of these prioritized or more important? And then what would you be some of your solutions to helping to overcome these barriers?
Well, thank you, Julia, and thank you, Isa, for having me here today. What I foresee is it's a mix, what is stopping or what is a barrier today? It's a mix of the cost, the technology, even the policy for that matter. So all of them three together are the barriers that we see. And now each and every country is having a different problem to look at, like for the example, India, if you look at, so the cost is the first major barrier. But if you look at what is happening in the last few months, there is an absolute free fall in the prices of the energy storage, which makes it really viable. See, if you were comparing it to a diesel substitution, it was viable back 3-4 years back, or rather 5 years back. If you look at it now, it's even more viable because your ROI comes within 1.7 to 2 years, which makes it really a cakewalk for anyone to just look into energy storage. But something that has to now come into play is the innovative financial model and no competition between technologies. We need collaboration between technologies. For example, if we look at when you're talking of long durations or when you're talking of medium duration energy storage, what we now need is hybridization and collaboration of multiple technologies in one single system. When we try and do that, what we achieve is a much lower capital investment. Number one. Number two, we achieve a much higher efficiency of the entire project of storage in together. Number three, we achieve a lower cost of energy over the life cycle. Number four, we achieve a complete round the clock kind of energy storage availability from different sources into it together. Like for example, I will give you multiple battery technologies in one single system. Hydrogen and batteries together, not a hydrogen versus battery, whether it should be hydrogen or it should be battery, it should be hydrogen and batteries together. These are some examples which have been implemented in many places in the world, which have actually given fantastic results in terms of energy storage, in terms of making it financially viable, technically viable, and economically feasible, and with an LCOE which is lower than grid parity. When we talk of these things, we then need to also adapt and bring in more robust policies and framework for easy adaption of this, energy storage. One more aspect that which most of us are missing today is the skill set that we need to bring in for new and advanced energy storage technologies. Because if we don't bring the right amount of skill set today, we cannot achieve our targets country-wise and globally, which we are looking at, even for that matter, achieve our decarbonization targets. So it's a holistic mix to achieve the value chain that we are looking at, not just the supply chain. So with this, I hand it over back to you.
Oh, thank you. I love how you tied it back to the entire integrated system and its skills and people, as well as the value chain of the different types of technologies, and that this is not an us versus them. This is a partnership. You can use hydrogen with fuel cell batteries. You can use hydrogen with pumped hydro. I mean, this partnership is so critical, and I think it also ties to the round the clock systems thinking that we need to look at it, how we can do this, connecting the flexibility and the different criteria. So moving to our next panelist, I'd like to ask Dr. Arunabha Ghosh, if I think you're on the phone. And yes. Oh, no, you're right here. It's good to see you in person. Yeah, so I have a question for you about what are some of the key considerations for deploying effective energy storage solutions in developing countries, especially when concerning long-term sustainability and grid resilience, as was just highlighted by our previous speakers?
Thank you. Thank you, Julia. And thanks to the International Solar Alliance and ADB for organizing this session. In a learning one so far. And I think what's already evident is that, and as was just spoken, we have to start thinking about storage, not just as an afterthought, but as part of that integrated solution, not as a choice between one or the other, but as part of a unintended battery of or suite of solutions that we can offer. But especially from the point of view of ISA member countries, right, that are still largely building out their energy systems. I think the first thing we've got to recognize is that with the opportunity for leapfrogging to a different energy system becomes even more viable when we start factoring in energy storage. About nearly 90% of additional electricity demand in the world will come from emerging markets over the next 2 decades. That's the new infrastructure that's going to get built out. And that's where energy storage helps to displace thermal power or fossil fuels faster. Now, the other dimension to this is that it's also many of these countries that are also sort of subject to more climate vulnerabilities and climate risks. So it's not just about storage for the sake of it, for the sake of renewables, but how to make their own energy systems much more risk-proof against climate vulnerability. That's where long-duration energy storage becomes important. The third is that many of these regions are also often, especially if you take the sub-Saharan Africa, but also many of the small island states, have sort of the nature of their geography lends itself to more distributed energy systems. And therefore, energy storage becomes an integral part of designing those energy systems of the future, which are more in line with the kind of geographies we have, rather than kind of the centralized approach towards generation somewhere, transmission, and then utilization somewhere else. And the fourth, of course, is that it helps to lower a lot of the capex associated with the large transmission build out. I mean, let's take building transmission lines, which will take about 3 to 4 years. In many developing countries, we are seeing that while more investment could, of course, come into renewable energy projects are still running faster than the transmission network is getting built out. So in a way, it's like, when you train for a sprint, you tie yourselves down with these kind of elastic bands that pull you back. The lack of energy storage is those elastic bands pulling you back. The introduction of the energy system, the energy storage helps you accelerate forward in the absence of the transmission network. And then finally, a lot of the things that are emerging challenges around the management of waste, the management of storage waste, etc., also become something that the countries that are going to start deploying many of these systems need to factor in early on in their planning rather than later as an afterthought. So I would just think of these as kind of both considerations on the plus side as well as the negative side, but then see, I mean, if you just take the critical issue that is needed here then is the market design that is oriented towards these different geographies and these different types of storage requirements. In India alone, for instance, we've got different types of tenders coming out. We've got peak power supply tenders, you've got round-the-clock tenders, you've got standalone energy storage systems tenders, you've got firm and dispatchable renewable energy tenders. And of course, then there is also the issue of energy management, energy demand management, which itself can reduce both the transmission requirements or the storage requirements. Once we start designing bespoke auctions for bespoke geographies, factoring in many of the issues that were brought in about skills availability, about resource availability, etc. Then we can design energy storage markets, point that Amit made right at the outset, energy storage markets that are much more resilient and much more driven towards towards the future energy system that we all seek to build.
Oh, thank you very much, Dr. Ghosh. On your points on market design and building into the flexibility criteria, we can't leave these gaps. But what's wonderful about a lot of the countries that are creating markets for the first time can do the leapfrog, as you pointed out, because they're looking at how they can risk-proof a new system. And it builds on Dr. Gupta's point about replacing backup diesel generator. And now it's actually cost-effective and efficient and meeting that ROI quicker. So it's great to kind of see this conversation about markets and criteria and cost and risk and the importance of planning. I'd like now to turn to Mr. Basura, who's the CEO and co-founder of Ampere Hour. And I'd like to ask you, as building technology, looking at this, you have seen some of the various tenders that have just been mentioned that have come out in India, and they really demonstrating that storage costs have hit parity with thermal energy storage. And what are the main drivers for these decreases in cost? And then how do you see this as also helping foresee the trend going forward?
Thanks, Julia. That's helpful. As you correctly pointed out, this year has really been a landmark year in terms of plummeting storage costs and in terms of a real ramp up in terms of storage capacity being put up. Just to put some numbers in perspective, India, based on a certain report done by the CEA, essentially we require about 200 odd gigawatt hours of energy storage to be coming up by 2030 to integrate all the renewables that we are putting up. Till last year, we had less than 100 megawatt hour put up on the grid. So we have a long journey to go, and we really need to add storage capacity at scale. The missing piece so far had been that we didn't find a template by which we can really ramp up the addition of storage. And I think this year, given the standalone tenders that have been auctioned out by SECI, by NTPC, by distribution companies under certain build, own, operate models, the discovered tariff under those have worked out to be commercially viable for all the players in the entire ecosystem. So the utility saves money, the developer is able to hit their baseline IRRs, the technology companies are making money. So there's a sustainable model that has come out this year. And we foresee that a lot of the ramping up of storage is likely to happen under a very similar model as we go along. And we are already seeing that. There's more than, I think last I read, about 12 gigawatt hours of of storage projects, which are currently in the pipeline. So I do think that it is sustainable going into the future as well. It's now all about how quickly can we deploy the capital, how quickly can implementation agencies really come out with these projects and get all these projects off the ground.
No, that's fantastic to hear. And just, you really put into perspective the leap we still have to take, but it is a fantastic example of the leadership we're seeing in India of really in 1 year making such enormous growth to really inspire other countries around the world. And thanks for highlighting, just how much has been done. And I think also just the costs come down and different partners at the table can help us go faster. I'm not sure whether we have Mr. Zhao online. I don't see him. He's not. Okay. All right. I'm looking forward to catching up with him later. But would like now to turn to, we like to turn to Colin Steely, and you are the founder and chief sustainability officer for Stratcon. Thanks for joining us, and have a question for you about, the Philippines. So all countries around the world are facing grid congestion. A lot of people like to say that interconnection queue is a global crisis. And so how is the government addressing this issue through the applications of batteries and other types of storage? Oh, you're muted. I don't know if you can.
There we
I
go.
unmuted
Hi,
you.
Julia.
Thank you. Hi.
Thanks for that. Nice to see you again.
You too.
Thanks to Isa for having me. Well, the Philippines is not nearly as advanced as India is by the sounds of things, but we are in a position to bring out the first integrated renewable energy and solar solution tender under the Green Energy Options 4 program by the Department of Energy. And what this is intending to do is, as Julia you pointed out, that it's not just the Philippines that is, facing grid congestion issues, but a lot of other countries are too. So the purpose of IRES under GAP 4 is to really bring in a solar, or IRES under its definition can be solar or any other intermittent or any renewable energy plus a storage solution, but we're really focusing on solar plus probably LFP for the time being. And what this is going to do is that, given the current approach that the grid operator is coming to address capacity on various nodal points of the transmission line, is to, instead of allowing just solar to come in and peaking that, or it's bringing down the peak on solar and improving the capacity factor so we can actually then use existing transmission line capacity and increase the duration of renewable energy being injected to the grid. Now, we're not exactly sure what that tender is looking like. It's going to come out this quarter. At some time, but we are hoping that it will be for about a 15-hour duration, and we'll be addressing evening peak. And then it's really up to the developers to sort of come up with the solution that would optimize that at the lowest kilowatt hour rate. The underlying sort of premise behind this is really to accelerate the 2030 and 2050 renewable energy targets for the Philippines. It's to utilize existing transmission or nodal capacity. It's to minimize curtailment on any transmissional node and to provide a competitive kilowatt hour rate.
No, that's great. Thank you so much for highlighting that there's another tender coming out in the world that's focusing on durations of storage and providing that flexibility to look at what the needs are locally. So letting the companies come forward with what kind of services, ancillary curtailment, many other attributes that they can provide that then the local communities can really benefit from. And again, that cost savings, because you're looking at how to replace the expensive backup diesel generator or other fossil fuels that are there. So it's great to see the Philippines working on again another integrated solution, and look forward to seeing the tender come out and how to work with all of you on that. So thank you. And now, speaking of tenders and turning back to India, we have Managing Director from GUVNL, Jay Prakash, and he's here, and he's recently just published a tender, first of its kind in India, on long-duration energy storage. Very exciting for the state of Gujarat. Looking forward again to promoting the leadership and really kind of balancing and being able to integrate the amount of renewables and storage. So, Jay, what you've been working on is unprecedented, and you've really had to balance a lot of different stakeholder voices about how expensive this would be. And we heard from Dr. Gupta that costs are coming down, but you've really had to work with diverse groups, bringing different members of government together with industry and with local community leaders. Tell us a little bit more about the process and how this has come to fruition, and also what you'd like many leaders listening to around the world of what they can learn from your experience.
Thanks, Julia. Thanks, ISA, for inviting me in this forum. Now, let me tell you how action is happening on the ground, because we have a lot of reports available in public domain which talk about at the high level how the grid integration could be done, but there are very few studies which show how it should be done actually on the ground. So we knew that there is a huge gap. So in our training wing, we started one organization called CNET, Center for Net Zero Energy Transition, and they did the studies at the cutting edge level, at the distribution level, how it will help us take care of many other issues, and how we can bring down the cost. And this is how whether we should go for storage at the load centers or at the generation end or somewhere in between at the substations to optimally utilize our battery capacities or storage capacities. And those studies gave us the confidence to go ahead without any kind of viability gap funding. Otherwise, idea was that states were dependent on VGF to come up with the storage solution. So GUVNL, based on these studies, came up with the tender, and we discovered the lowest rate in the country
that has changed the narrative in our country. And within a short period, we signed PPAs for 1.8 gigawatt hour. And uh, in in Gujarat, we are going to increase our RE capacity to 100 gigawatt by 2030. We have already achieved 30 gigawatt. Additional 70 gigawatt requires huge storage capacity. So our requirement will be 55 gigawatt hour by 2030. That's why we are going for all the technologies, including BESS, long duration energy storage, pumped storage, and in fact, after BESS success of GUNL tender, now a lot of action is happening in our country. Now we have also taken some pioneering steps to promote long duration energy storage. We have floated the bid. In fact, we have invited suggestions from the stakeholders, and we are going to fine tune the bid, submit it to our regulator, and that could become probably a template for other discoms in the country to follow. Because now, after success of our BESS tender, at least 8 to 10 states in the country are following our template. Now, we want to do the similar thing for LDES, and thank you. We have been getting excellent support from LDES. Julia, thanks to you. And we have also identified some 56 sites for PSP where we would be adding 18 gigawatt of pumped storage. So we understand that each of these technologies, maybe battery storage, long duration storage ranging from 8 to 16 hours, pumped storage, flywheels, all these are going to contribute in the energy transition because they have their own advantages. And this is how a lot of action is happening on the ground. And probably many a times we talk about what is happening at the national level, but actual action on the ground at sub-national level, at the DISCOMs level is crucial. And that is giving a lot of insights to the other states. In fact, through CNET, we are supporting many other states to use this opportunity. And one more thing I would like to highlight. When we carried out the studies, we realized that energy transition is going to be much more beneficial for our DISCOMs and companies because it is in a rich state like Gujarat, it is leading to reduction in our energy cost. In fact, by 2030, our average power purchase cost is going down by 21%. So these kind of studies are helping us to go on a fast track for energy transition, and lot more is on the cards. But probably for the paucity of time, I'll not touch upon those issues. But thank you for providing this forum to highlight how things are happening on the ground.
No, thank you so much for highlighting, what you've been learning and how to amplify the message to address some of the points made by earlier panelists about the momentum's here. And now we're really built on this. And the more we share data and information, the more comfort is given to different customers so they see the changes and not just technologies, but you're providing land and really showing benefit of how costs can come down by this integrated view. So this is great. And we look forward to additional leadership. Many countries are looking for help with their templates. So thank you for taking first of a kind on there. And going certainly not last but not least, Roland, and Roland is the oops, I've got he's a dear friend and works at IRENA, but he's also a wonderful attribute. He does amazing work as Director of Innovation and Technology at IRENA. And we are as the Global Renewables Alliance is very happy to share a pavilion with IRENA and their leadership of how much they've done to just create a pathway of tripling renewables goal and really helped to get that passed last year. And so much has happened since then. And just having IRENA's leadership with so many facts and figures and so many partners around the world and countries really amplifying the fact that this can be done with the right tools and assets. IRENA's published many reports lately on kind of pathways, NDC. So Roland, turning over to you, with all the great work that IRENA is doing with your partner countries and many other kind of data points, you're seeing storage from a variety of angles, and you've seen kind of the success of the tripling goal. What do you see next for storage and the target, the 1.5 terawatts by 2030 that's out there to be kind of hopefully passed with the grid's target? What do you see as the partnership with the storage and the tripling goal? And then how do you see IRENA, helping implement this with many countries around the world?
Yeah, thank you, Julie. Thank you also here to the International Solar Alliance and the Asian Development Bank to give Irina here the possibility to speak in this important event. Thank you for the question, Julie. Of course, we just published our tracking report on the 7th of October, and I think today we launched already our World Energy Transition Outlook, which kind of brings together the answer to the question that you say, okay, what needs to happen? We see clearly with the tracking report, even so it is very promising that the world has added almost 500 gigawatt of renewable energy into the system last year, but we have to double this figure. So we have to come to more than 1 terawatt of renewable energy additions. And let's say what we see, what are the reasons that this is not happening fast enough? Of course, that is partly related to finance. We also see in the global distribution, it's mainly 5 countries only that basically doing this investment into renewables. And if we look into the reasons why this is not happening, also on the context of the preparation of the national determined contributions, which are far below the achievements we would need, the ambition we would need to achieve the tripling, brings us to an evaluation of the flexibility of national markets. And I'm saying flexibility here because, let's say, each market has its own dynamic. So how is the market interconnected? Is there pump storage already in the system? Is there demand response systems? What can be done with digitalization? But at the very end, you come always to an answer that storage is needed. Electricity storage, energy storage is needed in a system to avoid load shedding and curtailment and make the most out of the renewable energy additions and have the system basically ready also to carry the tripling of renewables. And I think it is extremely important. I know that there is a discussion ongoing of what is the golden rule, how much storage, how much flexibility is needed in a market. As IRENA, we are working on this, on the flexibility of energy system, national markets, regional markets, then more than 10 years. And we have a lot of tools that we use to advise countries of how they can integrate the variable renewables. We have the IRENA Flex tool, but also with Power Factory, we did advice in developing countries and small island development states. And there is not really a one-catch-all formula. We have to do a proper assessment of the flexibility and the storage needs of each national market. And let's say, while we are also advising in the NDC preparation, it is very clear a proper assessment of the storage capacity needed in relation to the energy planning of the capacity additions that are planned. You need an energy planning also of storage capacities. And to do this assessment, IRENA is taking an effort in the MEDs to stronger support the assessment of what flexibility elements are already there, what elements of flexibility can be added fast, because the tripling has to go fast. We have to achieve this by 2030, looking into the low-hanging fruits, but also looking into a very solid planning of energy storage capacities that are needed in the market to achieve the tripling by 2030. And I always say this is then not the end of the world by 2030, so it goes further, no? So the ambition in adding renewables into the system is going to even 7-fold, not 3-fold, from 2030 onwards. And let's say to not end up in 2030 where we are now, in not having the skills, not having the storage capacities, not having the flexibility of the system and still having challenges with the financial flow, we have to plan beyond 2030, and the planning of the needed long-term duration storage is a key part and needs to be addressed now to make sure we achieve the tripling and we come also beyond 2030. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Roland. I love that you're reminding all of us about duration. It doesn't end at 2030. This is 2040, 2035, 2040, 2045, 2050. We have to continue this planning. We don't stop here. So no, thank you very much. And I loved how you were speaking about golden nuggets, and we get asked the question a lot. Well, what's the silver bullet? There is no silver bullet. There are a lot of gold flecks, and you can find the golden nugget of flexibility. So we need to promote that more. So that's a great sum up. Quickly, as we talked about duration and timelines, I'd like to go to the four of you, looking forward at COP30, where hopefully many of these the storage targets pass, the grid targets pass, we have the tripling. What's the one thing that you want to see tied to storage that comes out at COP30, so we can work on it now? So I'll start with yes. Thanks, Dr. Gash. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a little hard to speak without hearing your own voice ringing away. I think the main thing is to recognize, as the Gujarat example shows, for instance, that it's very possible to very quickly design markets, design auctions that demonstrate that a very low cost of storage is possible. And so my expectation for the journey for COP29 to COP30 is a reimagination of what is possible.
Love that. Reimagination of what's possible, making sure the market criteria is in there. Moving on to the purpose. Yes.
Yeah, we have been. In fact, we have been talking about making it 3x, but Gujarat is going to be a major contributor in India's target of 500 gigawatt RE by 2030. So we are going to do minimum 5x because 100 gigawatt is coming up, which is for utilities and private sector, their captive use, third party sale. But another 125 gigawatt capacity is being planned for green hydrogen. So huge capacity addition is happening at our state. So we'll cross minimum 5x, and beyond 2030, we have huge plans. And as you are rightly saying, we have to keep planning for next decade. So we are already working on a plan for net zero, which has to be much earlier than 2070. We are thankful to CEW. They are helping us in preparing that document. And our ambition is to do it by 2047. Our preliminary studies show that this is definitely doable, but it will come with a cost. So how to minimize the cost so that energy transition becomes just and affordable for each and every segment of the society? That is the goal on which we are working now. And if some concessional funding is available, that makes our goal achievable. That's why this COP29 is extremely important to get some concessional funding for energy transition that will make energy transition affordable and just for everybody.
Love that. So we've got the capacity, the criteria, and we've got the funding to help. Dr. Gupta, do you want to go next? Okay, Roland.
Yeah. I think I said already what's the plan. I think it's very important to create more awareness of the storage capacity needed to achieve the tripling and to go beyond. And IRENA is, as there is no golden rule or no formula that tells you how much storage is needed in your system, in your specific energy system. IRENA is taking the effort to make more use of the existing tools, also for the member countries of IRENA, to help them to assess the storage capacity they need, to help them to improve the planning skills, to plan longer term the storage capacity that is needed. And what I also see, and this is not really part of the discussion, so storage capacity is always seen as a cost, so an extra cost. And there is something like a value proposition of what value comes when you add storage to the system. And that goes clearly beyond in just being an additional euro cent or US dollars, and you have to add into the system to the costs. It has a value that brings a lot more than only additional costs. That helps you with the flexibility. You may need less generation, and also the system in itself may be working a lot better, especially in developing countries where you still have a lot of outages, and their storage has a value proposition that goes beyond cost thinking.
Thanks, Roland. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. It's a very big ask, Julia, from COP29 to COP30. But then,
Motivated.
yeah, but then not just on storage. I would say that look at storage, like how Roland just said, as a value proposition, number one. Number two, look at storage as a disaster management tool, not just storing electricity, but using and creating value of that electricity when you need it. That is very important and crucial when it comes to energy storage. And look at energy storage as the torchbearer of peace, prosperity, and removing the barriers globally that we all are facing as a challenge today, from west to east to north and south. We all will be united together when we store every form of energy and not just electricity. That's my ask for COP30.
And that's a big ask, but we can get there. Those partners working together. No, thanks, Dr. Gupta. So looking at what the panel has shared with us today about criteria, the process, looking at moving from just looking at curtailment to ancillary services to market criteria, really incorporating all the different value add and benefits from the health benefits, from savings, and by not using fossil fuels. I'm looking at integrated skill sets, not just technologies, but the people themselves, and how we can really kind of bring in the solutions, the option to leapfrog, and to really kind of look at de-risking and bringing capacity in, not just as capacity as an asset, but capacity as a whole market tool. And then we've also talked about how to make this pivot happen. We're already there. We know storage is critical. We know it's a catalyst, but now we need to really start bringing more awareness. And so that's asking all of us here to really highlight the critical role of storage. We have all these tenders coming out for storage in different durations, which is fabulous, with India and Philippines. Many other countries are starting to bring this, and having, again, the awareness is huge. And then also looking at the role of NDCs. NDCs must incorporate storage as part of the key components. And that's going to be a big ask from 29 to 30, in addition to really highlighting that the solar that needs to, the wind that need to be integrated into NDCs. And then also looking at we talked about savings, we talked about durations, we talked about risk, we talked about peace and prosperity, and also, again, just increasing awareness, because when you bring storage in the system, and LDES in particular, you can have $540 billion a year. So we don't want to miss out on all these additional benefits. So working together, and we'll get there, but also just thank you for all your partnership. Thanks to ISA, thanks to ADP, thanks to SEM, and thank you to our amazing panelists. Appreciate it so much. And please show support for the 1.5 terawatts of energy storage by 2030.
Thanks, Julia, and dear panelists, for making this a very interesting and informative session. To close the session, may I please invite Mr. Ramesh Kumar to give the closing remarks, please.
Many thanks, Mridula, for giving me the floor. And it was wonderful discussion, and Julia, very exciting moderation by you and the entire panelists here and from virtually. I think 2-3 very important things today's which I could understand. One, the reduction in the cost which is happening. This is a very great news. Secondly, the business models are emerging. That's very, very critical for moving ahead. And that Rashi was just talking about, the technologies need not compete. They need to get integrated. All these 3 very important components which we got it today. And thanks, Mr. Arunabha Ghosh, for creating such a for the vision for LDCs and SIDS. How do we proceed? And more exciting, Mr. Jayaprakash talked about the tenders, and in India to create the awareness of all, the Gujarat has been leading in not only in solar and the energy storage as well, and they have been leading and one of the most efficient distribution companies in the country. So that gives the kind of the leading the way for other distribution companies and the other countries. And I'm also happy to listen from the Philippines. Mr. Colin talked about the Philippines tender, which is coming out. Mr. Ayush Mishra and my friend Dr. Amit Jain from World Bank, he also talked about how financing is happening. There was a great intervention by the head of SEM, Mr. Jean Francois. That also he has been very wonderful, and had an opportunity to meet him in the SEM, the ministerial in Brazil. Dr. Roland, many thanks for you. Irina has been very closely working with ISA, and also your the innovative approach in understanding the battery technologies, and your reports have been very great. I think I've taken the name of all the people in thanking, and I'll also extend my thanks to Mr. Joshua for giving his initial remarks for this, the secretariat, and finally the Mridula. She has been the anchor for the entire session, and she has been putting a lot of efforts to make it happening. Many thanks, Mridula. And I take this opportunity to thank all the audience and the collaborative way we should move forward. Many thanks to all the people here and joined virtually. Many thanks.
Thank you, Rameshji. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to a closure of this session. On behalf of the ISA, ADB, and SEM, I would like to sincerely thank all of you, esteemed guests, moderators, speaker, for participation in this event. We deeply value your interest. Can I please ask Rameshji to present our panelist thank you souvenir? Julia, do you want a group picture here? We close the session now. Can we have a group picture, please? And you have a very good evening.
It's behind you. Can you hear? Yeah. Uh, uh, Good evening, everyone. Would request the participants and the audience to press the white button on the mic until that red light is on. Then you can hear the discussion. Please. Long press. Well, I think we are ready to go. Good evening, everyone. My name is Mohammed Saif. I'm a partner with Ernst & Young. And today we are going to start with the final session of the day one. We have seen 4 enriching discussions, 3 rather. The 4th one is ours. We started with a fireside chat in the morning with Karan from ISA talking with Amy, who is the Global Vice Chair for Sustainability, on various aspects of promoting solar across the world. Post that, we had a session that discussed how the supply chains can be strengthened, especially in the global south, when you talk about solar and renewable as a whole. Finally, we just ended a session on how to integrate battery with solar to enhance the overall solar supply hours and hence solar penetration in the world. This session, we are going to discuss more from a corporate perspective. What do we mean? What are the challenges, learnings till date? And we have a very esteemed panel with us. Why corporate and why clean energy transition from a corporate perspective? Primarily, we have seen that corporates together constitute one of the largest energy consumption segment globally. And apart from that, in the last 7 years or so, the procurement of renewable from corporate has grown more than 10-fold, which means that there is a very vast growth in this segment. The alertness is there, but yes, there is a lot of things that can still be done, especially in countries where solar is still at a nascent stage. To discuss this, we have representatives from government, from corporate, from developer, and from the industry. We have Jim with us, Jim Andrew, who's an Executive Vice President, Chief Sustainability Officer for PepsiCo. He also leads PepsiCo's Global Sustainability Office, focused on the growth and transformation strategy of Pep Plus, which is PepsiCo Positive, including integrated sustainability across Pepsi's brands and business, building the capabilities and partnerships, designing the roadmaps, and executing the programs to transform PepsiCo in the next decade. We have Sonia Dunlop, who is the CEO of the Global Solar Council, where she represents the world's solar PV industry with respect to policymakers, other sectors, and the media. She worked for the COP26 Glasgow organizing team in the UK government. She has spent significant time in the European Parliament in Brussels, working on renewable policy. She has expertise in solar PV, developmental finance, renewables, digitalization of energy, multilateral development banks, climate finance, and corporate PVs. I think she is more suited to become a consultant than heading the council. Then we have Fatima. Fatma Al-Suwaidi is the head of development and investment department, focusing on the Asian Pacific region for Masdar. She's leading Masdar's BD activities, business development activities in Asia Pacific. Her recent role included being the president director of Masdar Indonesia, where She led and supervised the financial closure and construction of the Hirata floating solar project, which is considered as South Asia's largest floating solar plant. She was also involved in the Mazda Rico bus, the first electric bus developed in the UAE and tailored to the country's climate. And finally, we have Joshua Wycliffe, who's the COO of the International Solar Alliance. He is an international executive and an inclusive leader who has designed and built high-performing administrative systems, processes, and teams across geographies. With expertise in capacity building globally and a proven track record in finance and resource mobilization, he has contributed to shaping policies and regulatory support for sectoral investments. Thank you very much again and welcome to the panel. My first question would be to Sonia. Sonia, you represent close to 97% of the world's installed capacity. It would be great to hear from you how the solar journey has happened from a perspective of the industry. It would be good to know. And then maybe we can go to Jim, followed by Fatima, and then Joshua.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mohammed. It's really great to be here and really good to be here back in the International Solar Alliance Pavilion. So thank you for the invite. My name is Sonia Dunlop. I'm the CEO of the Global Solar Council. We are the World Solar PV Industry Association. And indeed, the solar industry and the solar deployment has come a long way over the last 15, 20 years. Indeed, it took us 68 years to install the first terawatt of solar PV worldwide, and it took us 2 years to install the second terawatt. And we're really pleased to say that coming here to COP29 Baku, we were able to confirm we had reached 2 terawatts of global solar deployment. But like you say, over the last 5 years, the corporate purchasing of renewable power through power purchase agreements or by installing solar on the roof of those companies has been a real driver of solar in many, many markets around the world. And that's why I think this event is such a good idea. And, you know, one of the things you didn't mention when you were introducing me was that I spent about 2 years working for the Resource Platform, which was the organization bringing together buyers and sellers of renewable power at European level. And we're hoping to do a similar thing at global level. And one of the big things that we showed in that work was that there's not just one way of buying renewable power. There are 14 different ways for companies to source renewable electricity, and they vary from putting solar on the roof of their buildings, putting solar on nearby land and running a direct wire, all the way to synthetic and virtual PPAs. And I hope that is what we will discuss more of in this event today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jim, it would be great to know how Pepsi has been working when you talk about renewables and the sustainable, reducing their carbon footprints by entering into the sustainable area. You have been leading a lot of efforts in this domain, so it would be great to know what we have done in the renewables.
Great, thanks. And I'll take a cue from Sonia and take the headphones down. Clearly a pro move. Thanks very much, and great to be here. PepsiCo's been on this journey for a long time across our whole portfolio, and there's really a couple of things we're doing. The first is just how do we get more renewable energy of all sorts, right? And that's everything from renewable electricity to geothermal to biofuels. And how do we incorporate those into our whole footprint? That's obviously, how do we support it with money? We've issued $2.25 billion of green bonds, and a lot of that has gone towards renewable electricity, making our facilities more efficient, making them be able to make the transition across. And we're up now to, and it was interesting to hear Sonia's comments, we're up to 100% renewable electricity in over 40 different countries, the US, China, New Zealand, South Africa, and a whole number of others. And it's through a whole variety of mechanisms. There's everything from rooftop solar to solar farms to RECs to PPAs, across the whole gamut, because again, we need all 14 of those different ways to be able to make it work. And obviously having the right policy framework, which I know we're going to talk about, is an important part of that. The second, one of the things we've really done is focus on, as we stand up a new facility or expand a facility, how do we make sure that that is sustainable from the start? And that really involves using renewable electricity, renewable energy. We just recently built a $320 million foods plant in Poland, and that has not only rooftop solar, as Sonia said, but also has a solar farm. And we've also put in, how do we have thermal oil so that we can electrify instead of use natural gas? And so again, how do we build facilities that may have a 40 or 50-year life and make them so that they can be sustainable, use renewable electricity really from the beginning? We're also looking at how do we transform facilities, and we can get into that because we have over 290 existing facilities around the world. And then we're also looking at how do we continue to expand all different types of renewable energy. And so in Cork, Ireland, we have not only the largest solar farm in all of Ireland, but also we're looking at how do we use HVO or use cooking oil, vegetable oil, to be able to replace natural gas, which is very hard. And I was having an interesting conversation before the meeting about some of the other advancements that are being done technologically to be able to use solar in different ways and for different applications. So whether it's, how do we transition what we have? How do we make sure that the new things that we're putting in place can be sustainable from the start? Or how do we explore, support, and nurture new technologies? Really looking at all those things as a part of our journey to continue to increase the amount of renewable electricity and transition away from fossil fuel.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jim. That's a lot of work that you've been doing. And coming to Fatima, Mahtar works in more than 40 countries across different types of countries. So what has been your experience of growing solar, looking at the trends of solar across these different segments of the world where you've worked?
Thank you very much. And firstly, allow me to say thank you for having me here today. It's my first time in the ISA pavilion, and I hope to participate more often every year. So if we look back at when Masdar was established back in 2006, at the time, roughly now 2 decades ago, we were established following the leadership of the UAE's vision about pushing the agenda for renewable energy of the UAE, but also to ultimately become one of the largest renewable companies globally. At the time, renewable energy was still at its start. Not many believed in it. It was more of a concept, R&D, and we built a 10 megawatt power plant, solar power plant in Masdar City, which is in Abu Dhabi. Today, 18 years later, Masdar is the 4th largest renewable company globally, with more than 30,000 megawatts installed capacity across 6 continents. And just last year, we inaugurated the largest solar power plant on one single site of 2,100 megawatts. So from 10 megawatts in 2006 and today 2.1 gigawatts on one single site in Abu Dhabi. And just to look at for example, the solar tariff, the whole point of advancing renewable energy and solar more specifically is also to make it more affordable, right? It has to make sense for countries to develop, to establish, to even amplify its presence. When we installed it back in 2006, the 10 megawatts, it was close to $40 per kilowatt hour. And in that journey, in the last 18 years, we broke the solar tariff 3 times globally as Masdar. And the recent one, the 2.1 gigawatt project I referred to, actually is one of the recent lowest tariffs in the world at 1.8 US cent per kilowatt hour. Of course, that's in Abu Dhabi. Big disclaimer, our solar radiance is very high in the UAE. So that kind of plays a very big role in reaching that tariff, but also scale is very important, right? Being able to push the boundaries of renewable energy, being able to really install at such huge scale gives you also the flexibility, the competitiveness, and gives you more hope to be able to install more projects. Now, of course, the Middle East is very different than rest of Asia, where scale becomes an issue. land scarcity becomes an issue. Indonesia, one of the countries I worked in, had a big issue on land scarcity, same as Philippines, Malaysia, and the rest of Asia Pacific as a region I'm managing. But what's important is to make sure we have scalability, if not scale. Look at ways where we can support the government in achieving their goals. And being a government ourselves as Masdar, we have that dual role as a government and as well as a private entity. So we understand where governments come from, the constraints that they face, and we support them to try to bridge the gap between that, to find the right policies to put in place. And also being a pure play renewable company makes us also know what we're talking about. Renewable energy might seem, of course, it's definitely less complex than oil and gas, but with today's challenges as a global planet, it's important to understand the constraints, limitations, and also find ways to amplify its opportunities, because we can do much more than what we're doing today. And of course, I echo what also Sonia said. When we were back in 18 years ago, we were looking at, I think, less than a terawatt globally, and today we're close to 4 terawatts renewable energy, driven more by solar and wind, which is it's a huge achievement for the globe, but we can do more, right? And that's our role as Masdar as well.
No, you're definitely right. I think the major thing which you all three have mentioned is how to keep expanding the horizons, the targets, and everything. Joshua, you've been working on the ground with governments, especially developing SIDS, where there are more challenges in getting even the smallest type of solar plant on ground. But still, you've seen a lot. What are your learnings to complement with what you've heard from the other three panelists?
Well, Lord, you never cease learning. Every day you learn something new, and today is no different. One of those things that I have learned today, and also working across countries, ISA holds 120 member states across the globe, across 4 regions. No 2 countries have the same. There's no one-size-fits-it-all solution to a country from another one. So we have to look at various factors when you enter a country as to what the economical, socio-economic background is, how even the geography is dispersed. Like, for example, you spoke about SIDS, the small island states. The small island states are normally islands separated from each other. Some countries have 300-400 islands. The main transport between these islands are by ferries. And interestingly, even though their overall emission rates are much lower compared to bigger, larger countries, these states also have their major emission is transport sector. For instance, if you take Fiji, it's 30% of their emissions are from the transport sector. And when you put this transport ferries into the water, so it affects the ecosystems as well. So there's a major issue that we have. So one size doesn't fit it all. Secondly, what happens is, if you look at Africa, for instance, there are countries that generate reasonably good electricity. There are countries with low generation as well. For the ones that generate large, good electricity, not good, I wouldn't say good, reasonably higher levels, you then need to make sure that it's consistent. And the ones that are with low, then you look at why the issues are. So when you look at no one size fits it all, and you want to tailor make based on the needs of that particular state. Like, for example, I always quote the example of meeting recently with the SIDS Prime Minister and asking him what his fuel import bill was. And it happens to be 42% of the GDP. That tells a lot about the country and how the dependence on import of fuel is. So invariably, these countries end up importing. And then when they import, that makes it easier. And also look at what we just heard from the other 3 panelists. So with that kind of growth that you have seen, 3-4 terawatts, what's striking, interesting is these are contained to certain geographies. Not all geographies have that. If you take Africa, for instance, just about 4% growth in comparison to the GDP that they've had. So that's the kind of significant need that these countries have. So where half the population in the world lives there, but power doesn't go reach. This morning, one of the speakers was saying that solar power comes to your doorstep. Sun rays come to your doorstep. But how you harness it is very important. That's where ISA works on. We look at policy support, regulatory support. If there is a 4 terawatt growth, there must be something to it. And if there's no growth, then there must be something to it. So I'll quickly finish. One is, if there's nothing to it, then there's the risk issues that a country perhaps is facing. A developer doesn't want to go there. And then ISA then has a solution for it through a blended finance mechanism that we have. And if it's because of policy, struggles in the policy that nations have, then we have regulatory support that is provided to governments to be able to even tweak their energy legislation, energy acts, and also being able to train, as far as the Solicitor General's office, the lawyers who work, and being able to frame legislation and policies that will go a long way in being able to make their projects investor-friendly, international investor-friendly, like the investors that we've heard today.
Thank you, Joshua. And I'll take cue from the point that you've been mentioning that every country is different. The regulation maturity is different. The financing needs are different. So Jim, being a multinational company, what are the sort of challenges that you feel you face on a regular basis when you talk about renewable energy penetration and different facilities across different countries?
Yeah, great, thanks. As PepsiCo, we're in about 200 countries and territories, so we need the right enablers everywhere. And as Joshua said, that's not always the case. We need policy proposals that I think really, policy frameworks that really do three things. The first is cost competitive and efficient markets. We heard, in some places it's less than 2 US cents. Other places it's a lot more, and certainly the price that as a multinational or as a off taker we pay can be dramatically higher. So how do the policy frameworks both drive efficiency, but then also ensure cost competitiveness? Because without that, we're never going to get the broad adoption that we need. And that's everything from how do we standardize markets, right? How do individual companies, especially small and medium enterprises, which are many of our suppliers, how do they interact with the utility and with the grid? Speaking of grid, the second is optimize grid infrastructure. We know that that's a real challenge in many, many countries around the world. So even if you have the solar facility, you may not have a grid that actually supports it. It may not be modernized, may not have the right transmission characteristics and so on. There's also big issues about increasing capacity. So the right grid infrastructure. And then the third is how do we think about the benefits holistically? And again, I've heard from all three of my colleagues on the panel, there's benefits that go beyond simply having electricity, right? Whether it's reliability or obviously reduced carbon footprint and so on. But the thinking about all the steps of the value chain, the developers all the way through to the off-takers, what's the role of the policymakers, and making sure we have a just and equitable transition. I think those are the challenges that we see, because we know if we have a consistent and stable framework, and we know that if it's cost competitive, it's going to attract the kind of capital that we were just hearing about. The good news is, I guess, that we've got, it sounds like now 4 terawatts around the world. There's a lot more opportunity. There's many places around the world where we still can only put it on our rooftop, which for us generally covers 10, maybe if we're lucky, 20% of our total needs. What about the other 80 or 90? We would be, along with many of our peer companies, we would be eager to have more if that was available. But in many cases, it's not. And there's everything from PPAs to permitting to a whole set of things. So I think the challenges are, as I described, but it's expanding that into more places, more consistently, and at speed and at pace. And I think that's important. Every day, because of the proven capability that we've seen in this panel and heard already, every day that things don't get done means it's another day that is a huge lost opportunity.
Thank you so much. Sonia, when you talk about from the industry's perspective, obviously policy regulations are one of the most critical things that Joshua also mentioned and Jim also mentioned. How do you think they play a critical role when the industry comes into picture for setting up of renewables or solar?
Oh yes, when a solar project developer is deciding which markets to bet on, which markets to invest in, where to develop projects, they're looking at the policy environment, they're looking at the power price and the power price forecast, right? So your forecasted power price makes a huge difference as to whether a project is bankable or not. They're looking at irradiation and a number of other things. Definitely policy is one of those things, but actually it's not as important as it was, say, 10 or 15 years ago, right? So as the cost of solar has come down, as the cost of modules and the other equipment has come down, the element to which policies and regulatory framework make a difference is obviously less than it was. But what we have seen is that in electricity markets that are liberalized, that are unbundled, often those are the markets where you can be more creative about how you source your electricity. And the markets that are still not yet liberalized, shall we put it that way, it's a bit more rigid, or indeed there are some markets where direct wires, so the ability to run your own wire from your facility to a piece of land a kilometer or two away, is also illegal. France is actually an example of that. You cannot build your own direct wire in France. So there are really lots of different challenges. There's also a debate around to what extent big corporates like PepsiCo should be thinking about matching across time and matching across geographies. And there are arguments for and against. So in terms of matching across time, some are pushing for matching for every 30 minutes of demand, 24/7, 365 days a year. Others for saying, no, that doesn't incentivize the right behavior. We need to be thinking about this across years, essentially. And then there's the question about whether the renewables installation has to be near where the consumption is, or whether it could be on the other side of the planet, such as in sub-Saharan Africa. And the latter, of course, would encourage a lot of renewables development in countries, in least developed countries, in the kinds of countries where the International Solar Alliance works, where there isn't very much solar development at present. So that could be a real game changer for solar and other renewables in the developing world, but of course requires us to think bigger in terms of how we do our corporate sourcing. There are many markets around the world that have not yet been unlocked for this particular driver of renewables deployment. There are a lot of great developers like Masdar, like you, Fatima, at Masdar, who are really building a lot, but there is a lot of policy and regulatory work that we can do. And I know a lot of that has been done in Japan and in other markets to raise awareness of just how much corporate demand for power can be a driver for renewables, and what are the specific regulatory changes that could be made to really unlock that market. It won't never be 100% of demand, but it could be a big chunk in a lot of different countries.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we have dwelled quite deeply in understanding what are the policy and the regulatory aspects and the criticality for solar. Now coming to actual project execution, planning and execution, I'll start with Fatima. Fatima, you have worked with both corporates and governments. What do you think if someone is setting up a solar project? What are the key considerations or success factors that can help in optimizing both the cost of the project and the time? That will be really good to know because you have experience across the territory.
That's a very good question, because sometimes you work in countries where it's difficult to find that overlap between both. I think obviously the key word is collaboration between both corporates and government. But I think one thing is, from the government perspective, probably having a lot less red tape would help, because that would help fast track the projects in terms of timeline. Because when it comes down to actual project execution, it doesn't take you that long to really execute a solar power plant. It's like Lego pieces, right? So it's not really about the execution. Of course, the location, site-specific considerations are important, but I think the driver here is the willingness of the government to support in fast-tracking the processes, to reduce the number of steps you have to take to apply for a permit. Land acquisition in many of these countries is very challenging. So dedicating the right locations. We spoke about infrastructure and grid stability as well. That plays a huge role, because in countries where the grid is not reliable or very old, as private sector, there is so much you can do to be able to support, but at one step, the government needs to take that initial, step forward to help you execute the project. In some cases, corporates might have the courage to take it upon themselves to build the grid for those projects. But that also means high capex, high upfront cost. And in many cases, governments might not be willing to reimburse you back that cost. So you would take that risk on yourself as a developer. So that kind of sweet spot of finding where you can work with the government, what they need to do, and what you need to do as private sector is very important. So we've seen in many countries, as Masdar being a government entity, we're able to bring those two parties together because we can understand some of the challenges they might go through, limitations when it comes to processes, the bureaucracy around a certain policy is also important, and sometimes they simply don't know what to do. So just having that openness to discuss what can be done to upgrade the policy that they have, or to even establish one. For example, when we went to Indonesia to build the floating solar, when you apply for a permit, there was no drop down for floating solar. We were not sure, is it a building? Is it a building on water? Is it a ship? How do they categorize a floating solar power plant, right? It was the first in the country and the largest in the region. And also when we signed that power purchase agreement, it was the first renewable PPA to be financed on a non-recourse basis by commercial banks in Indonesia. So that was a very big step for the lenders as well as for the government of Indonesia to be able to understand how to categorize floating solar, right? How to negotiate a finance document. So we had to kind of go through that learning curve with them and explain how things are also being handled. And that was a great experience for us as Masdar because we saw how Indonesia transformed after that. After the Cirata project, they tendered several projects on floating solar. Today, they have an official permitting process for floating solar. The project has been used as a showcase for the floating solar guidebook that Indonesia launched just the last year. The presidential decree allows for more reservoirs to be covered by floating solar. And being an archipelago, they needed that kind of improvement. So that was a very interesting process to go through and to see on the ground is how they transitioned from the typical plain vanilla solar projects to floating solar power plants, which now can be replicated and goes beyond what they've seen before.
Thank you. So the processes, the streamlining of the processes is one of the very important thing, especially in countries where you are entering into with new technology, like you gave the example of Indonesia. Joshua, how important is financing? Because when you talk about the countries where ISA is working, even if there is an intent from a private or a corporate to do certain things, it's very difficult to get the necessary financing, especially like the non-recourse thing was mentioned. It's a very, very far off thing. So how critical it is and what ISA is doing to help into that.
So if you look at where we are, the COP28 had the commitment of tripling the solar investment, the solar capacity. So to triple the investment, triple the solar capacity, you need triple the investments that we're looking at. A couple of years ago when I joined ISA, they said that you would require $1 trillion. It now looks like more leaning towards $1.5 trillion. So which means money needs to go in between now and 2030 consistently into this. So it is very, very, very important. And the current investment scene, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, is that it's quite risk averse. There are certain markets where it's dry, whereas there are certain markets where it just goes quite fast. So if my numbers are right, about 90% goes into the markets where it's already in abundance, and the 10% goes towards where it's most needed. It's like funding an NGO, where most needed funds are very little. And then, of course, project funds are there. So it's very difficult to be able to manage a situation like that, where monies are required. And then you look at the barriers, like I said, what are the barriers? So barriers can be for financing, could be risk, could be geopolitical situations, and could also be internal regulations, like I said. I was listening with such interest when Fatima was talking about floating solar. We went into Bangladesh some time ago, And there's a project on floating solar that couldn't move because of the EIA, the Environment Impact Analysis. And the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Energy had to work together to see how they could take it forward. And some of these lessons in other countries were learned way ahead in advance. If you take some of the geographies like New Zealand, Australia, where some of these have been done the same way, the same EIA, similar models that have been done. So it could, monies to come in is on risk, geopolitical issues, and of course the inherent political issues in a country that you see. So these barriers need to be tackled. Like I'll go back to the global solar facility that we have. So we've rolled out one in the DRC, Republic of Congo, successfully, where we were able to provide the blended finance mechanism, which provided the first capital loss guarantee and of course the insurance premium as well. It's gone well. We've now had a relationship with this organization for 1 year. We're looking at putting in a similar mechanism in Asia as well. So it is very important to be able to do that. Secondly, also to be able to spurn innovations. The more the innovations, the more it kind of brings in interest into the industry. So bringing in innovations, bringing startups, being able to bring them into the incubation scene and being able to progress their interest and be able to bring more, that also helps. So the short answer is it's 3 times important, 3 times significant to bring in money.
Thank you. Sonia, Joshua just mentioned that you require to triple the capacity, triple the investments because of the targets that you have to meet, basis whatever has been agreed on COP and different forums. How you think is the preparedness of the industry to meet this triple the targets as was mentioned here? How ready the industry is to address the demand that's coming not only from these countries which are already been there, done that, but the countries which are at the there is a long tail at the bottom of the tail. What is the preparedness of the industry? It will be good to know.
The simple answer is that yes, we are ready. We are ready in the sense that, you know, if we have roughly just under 600 gigawatts of installations this year, we have about 1.1 terawatts of manufacturing capacity of different generations. And so we are ready to grow. Not all our investors are ready to go into all 190 countries that we need to go into. So that we need to work on a bit more. And in terms of the project developers, you know, the capacity is definitely there. One area where we are not ready is actually if you look at the availability of our workforce. So we know we have 7 million people, give or take, working in solar worldwide. Of those, you know, X amount will be working in utility scale solar. But we know that amongst that population, we do not have sufficient standardization of training. We do not have sufficient standardization of the competencies that those people have to have in order to build the utility scale solar. And that is why we, in order to get ready for the terawatt of year that we're going to be deploying in a couple of years' time, have launched the Global Solar Training Standards Initiative. With the organization did the same thing for the wind industry in order to get our workforce ready and be able to train up more people to build those 2.1 gigawatt plants that you guys like Masdar are doing all over the world. Rooftop, it's a bit different. Those are much more local, small businesses. But for utility scale, we need to get ready and we need to mature as an industry in order to be able to build projects that actually operate as intended and in order to be able to really look after our people and make sure that we're not seeing avoidable accidents and so on. But I just want to mention one other thing actually that EY has done, which is called the Renewable Energy Country Attractiveness Index, which is a really useful, you know, it's a really useful way of looking at which countries are attractive for which renewable technologies and why, and has lots and lots of different metrics that have been evolved and adapted over time. And interestingly, for solar PV, the #1 country is actually India. And that just goes to show the potential that has in this technology, but it also tells you what other countries are really good countries to invest in, looking at the policy, looking at the finance, looking at the national targets for solar. And that's a really good tool to use as well.
Thank you. I'll just add one more thing to Rekai. EY and ISA come up with the ease of doing solar report, which covers all member countries and what is the status of policy, technology, growth, financing, and other aspects. I think that's a very, very good reference point for anyone if they are trying to evaluate a country for any project, especially on solar. So coming back, Jim, if any corporate wants to enter into this journey of clean energy transition, what should be the first 3-4 steps that they should look at, basis your experience? Because while the larger ones have already entered there, but majority of the corporates are in the middle, small segments, and they are trying to start their journey. It'll be great to know from your experience how to initiate that.
Great, thanks. Couple of things. I think the most important thing is figure out why are you moving to renewable energy? Because are you doing it for emissions? Are you doing it for resilience? But fundamentally, why are you doing it? Because if you don't understand that question, it's going to be hard to get anywhere. The second is what's the time frame you're thinking about? It's a lot easier if I have a conversation with Fatima if I'm saying I want a 20-year offtake than if I say I want a 1-year offtake, right? So what's the time frame? We found across a whole number of deals and situations that the longer you're willing to make that investment, which again gets back to the first question, the lower cost it's going to be, and the more aligned what you get is going to be with what you're trying to do. So that's the second. The third is what are the options, right? There's a lot of options, as we heard. There's 14 different options. I'm not sure I could name all 14 of them, but you know what are the options? Because again, and then what's the mix? What's the mix of rooftop versus direct wire versus PPA versus VPPA? But how do you think that's a highly strategic decision in the time frame? And then finally, what's the business case? And what's the business case over time? Because as technology changes, if you look at it statically today on both the fossil fuel side and the renewable energy side, you're going to get only a picture in time. If you project out over the relevant time frame, going back to the second point, if you think about it over the relevant time frame and project out, things are going to change. And being clear in your own mind as to what is or what are the scenarios, I think is very helpful. We have renewable electricity situations where we're actually getting sent checks every month because we knew what was going to happen, or at least we thought we did. We made the investments, and because of the way the economics work, it's actually a net positive to us. So I think those would really be the 4 steps. And the final thing I would say is, especially if you're a large company or a trade association, there's lots of opportunities to be able to help bring the SMEs along. We've got a program at PepsiCo called PepsiCo Positive Renew, which is really about how do we both educate our very long tail of suppliers, including our bottler suppliers, but also how do we then aggregate demand to be able to create PPAs that are much bigger than any individual company can do. Because as a big company, we can do the heavy lifting around the paperwork, around the legal. And so once we've educated the supplier base, we can actually give them something that's almost plug and play. Here's the documentation. Here's what's necessary. Here's the negotiations. Have your lawyers review it, sign on, and they dramatically cut the amount of work that's necessary, shorten the education cycle, and importantly, shorten the time to impact. So I think there's a lot of things. That's how I'd start.
Thank you. Fatima, anything to add from both, if a government is trying to add or start a project, especially for a new technology, as you mentioned, what do they think to consider to get more investments inside the country? Similarly, for private entity, as Jim mentioned, their experience, they are trying to enter into a new space or a new technology. For example, they might be very good in rooftop, but trying to enter into grid scale or a floating. What are the thoughts they should think? How they should plan the entire strategy to enter into this space?
That's a very good question. I think one of the things that, and this probably touches upon a point that Joshua mentioned as well, is we need to stop reinventing the wheel. I mean, solar has been around for now almost 2 decades or a bit more. We need to start learning from one another. A lot of countries, especially developed countries, are much more advanced when it comes to installations or policies or regulations, incentives, and so on. Whereas the emerging markets, the developing countries, either are yet to begin or are halfway there. So we need to start talking to one another, share experiences, lessons learned, best practices, and that will help a lot in fast track the installation and the deployment of renewable energy. Most importantly, I think we need to, as governments also, we need to start, I think again, finding that, by being able to identify what really is stopping us as a country or, you know, a local government from deploying, because in some cases we've seen that maybe local governments might have a different agenda from federal governments, right? And then in some cases where you have countries that electricity market is monopolized, they might feel like private sector coming in or international developers coming in is kind of taking up a piece of their pie, right? So trying to find that synergy between the existing status quo and what you want to bring in and how you're benefiting them is very important, because you're coming into their country. So finding a way to really meet halfway is critical to be able to understand how you can deploy renewables. And you can start small scale and try to build from there. And then you can also support them to make it more affordable, because I think at the end of the day, yes, we're all green and we love the planet Earth, but affordable clean energy is something which we all have to target as well.
Thank you. Joshua, the question to you again is from a private sector perspective, how ISA is supporting them. While you talked about the finance facility, apart from that, the startup challenges and all, it will be good for the audience to know how ISA is helping to develop that private sector capacity across countries.
You see, private sector is the king today, because most governments we're trying to assist are neck deep in the sovereign debts. So for countries that are doing financially well, we're not talking about them much when it comes to our member states whom we assist. These are countries whose governments can't go in a big way. So like I said, I spoke about the import bill. One of the important things is no private investor wants to come and put the money unless they're sure, of course, it's risk-free. And there's something that brings that touch and feel to a project or something tangible on the ground. So ISA has gotten with 27 such marquee projects, or we call them demo projects. What we do is, since we take a smaller and development state, we look at a social housing estate. We provide a mini grid solution to that estate. And successfully assess it, implement the project, and then showcase the key deliverables from the project in terms of how many households, what is the return on investments, and what's the guarantee in terms of this plant and equipment existing and all of that. We then take those outcomes and showcase them and market them to the private sector, to the MDBs and the others. So what happens is when they see something that's tangible on the ground, and they're also able to show that there is income out of that, that gives that much more confidence. And of course, that then combined with our blended finance facility makes a strong case to the private sector. So that's something that ISA is strongly in it. One more thing that we'd like to also do is simply showcasing a demo project or a marquee project is not going to win at all. Because then if an investor comes into a market, puts the plant and equipment in place, but they're not sure how that's going to be maintained and how that's going to last, then that's another problem. So this is a key issue that private sector faces in terms of even enlarging or making the capacity, broadening the capacity, scale up the capacity is to, if they put something in, even the manufacturing capacity, where do they get the workforce from? So all of that. So we got a special division there. My colleague who heads that is sitting across. We have the Star C centers, which support the capacity building in country, within the country. So there is capacity to maintain these plants. They're able to standardize. You know, this day and age, you have markets flooded with all kinds of plant and equipment for all kinds of markets. And, you know, markets being vied for to be able to get access to the market. So along with prices comes the issues that investors, private investors have in terms of the quality of the equipment. So these Star C centers not only educate and also build the capacity of the local workforce to be able to manage. So when you finish and leave the project, you come away, you know it's in safe hands, and the return on investment is going to be a lot more consistent. Plus, on top of that, when you want to construct plant and equipment into these markets, you're then sure that the standards are being certified by the Star C centers. So that's another area as well that ISA has gone in. So it's advocacy that goes along with it. Colleagues from my advocacy teams are here too. So they're able to provide advocacy through the marquee projects and able to broaden their areas of marketing it into the private sector as well, making it more attractive to invest.
Great. I'll take a pause and see if any of the audience have any questions from the, yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Kantu Hachongo. I'm from Lusaka, Zambia. My question is to Joshua. And my question is around the cost of financing for solar projects. So I come from Sub-Saharan Africa. We were hit by drought this year, and I'm sure everybody probably has heard about that. Zambia's electricity generation is mainly from hydro, and because we did not have rain, capacity for production of power went down significantly. So what the government has done is to relax laws and policies around the use of solar. They've allowed us to import panels and batteries and what, but that is mainly really at household level. But from the perspective of a business house, I want to put up a solar plant, right? But then the cost of finance is so high. A bank won't lend to me because they are worried about the return on the investment, because they're not sure if that particular project is going to yield the results that they would want. In Zambia, cost of borrowing is about 15 to about 32% in interest rates. And no one is going to give you anything lower than that. So how do you think, or what do you think needs to be done to unlock the flow of finance for some of these projects, especially in Africa, which is hit by climate change? As we know for a fact, we are the ones who are most hit anyway. So for us to also be able to grow our economies, we are baby economies, trying to grow our GDP, and also because of the fact that we want to grow, most of the activities are in manufacturing and mining that are very power intensive. And solar could probably provide some solution, but the cost of finance is so high. What do you think organizations or governments should do to unlock the flow of finance to enable, that kind of investment in solar? Thank you.
Thank you. You're not isolated in what you're saying. I think you find this trend in not just in Africa, in other smaller states in the Asia Pacific as well. And when hydro, of course, as you said, is dependent on rainfall, and if there's no rainfall, then of course it gets hit. So there's no simple one answer to it, but how you would approach in ISA is go to the roots of the issue as to why is it not happening? Why are you not able to unlock? Why is it a 15% interest on the loans that you borrow? Then you look at the root cause being risk averseness, people being risk averse, not being able to release the funds because they see risk in it. It could be geopolitical, it could be climate related, it could be any of those things that you have. So in this instance, I'm going to like to underscore what I'm saying. One of the solutions is, of course, the blended finance mechanism, where the risk is directly taken care of. There's an insurance premium that we pay. We have now partnered with the World Bank, the MEGA group, in being able to deliver this insurance premium, which means that any risks that go around this particular situation that you've mentioned is taken care of by the insurance. And of course, the first capital loss. And then, of course, the accelerator program and being able to make sure that we handhold and we support you through the initial months and being able to handle these risks in such a way that your risks are mitigated to a large extent. And then the simple fact that you're being associated with organizations like the World Bank and, of course, ISA adds that much more credibility to them. I'm not opening the door straight away to you today by saying this, but generally speaking, that's the direction that I would take from ISA's perspective towards a borrowing situation that you've just now mentioned. But having said that, what would stop you from doing a small pilot project and being able to showcase it to your own government, to your own banks, so that little at a time, they're able to grow in size and be able to show tangibility in what you're doing and being able to get international investors on the ground into your programs. That's another way possibly to think of. Or any other panelists is able to answer any different.
Hello, my name is Samuel Kombate. I'm coming from Togo. My question is about the membership of ISA. I would like to ask if any country is not maybe, membership of ISA, can it be, for instance, for an organization in this country? We know that renewable energy today is, indispensable for every country. Can they, when they have a project to implement? Sorry for my English. I'm French speaking. So, how can we, as an organization who want, to make a project in terms of renewable energy, can we do? Does it mean that it's our government that will be membership of this organization before, or what, please?
I believe what I'll just articulate what you mentioned. You're saying if the government is not a member of ISA, but the organization wants to set it up, how can they reach out to ISA? Right?
All right, you put me on a spot. Okay. ISA works only with its member countries, yes. We've got 120 member countries. Togo is one. So we do work with Togo. And majority of the African states are member states. And what we do, the only answer I have to that is we consciously, the chief of the governance and partnership team is just standing right there. He and his team work closely with the governments and the governments that are not partners and encourage them strongly and urging them. From about 90 to 120, we've had a huge leap in the last 12 to 14 months. So more and more countries are becoming members. Our hands are tied to be able to come into a country and support a country if we're not member states. And all this while, joining ISA was free. They didn't have to pay a membership fee. We still do not have a membership fee. We have a contribution, voluntary contribution that they pay. And least developed countries have a very small, meager amount. So anyone's open, as long as they're the United Nations member country, they are open to come and join us. And if there are countries that you're aware of where projects are not able to flourish because they're not members, do get in touch with Sashir, who's right there. He would be able to assist you and assist the government in being able to become a member of our organization.
Hello. Hi, this is Bhushan Sethi. I work for a US think tank on integrated landscape management. We run a program called 1000 Landscapes, which we are essentially regenerating landscapes. A common question that comes is, as we are doing that, there's a need for energy in the local sense, while all federal governments are trying to go the renewable way. My question is there a via media to have distributed solar capacity in the landscapes so that instead of putting a load on the national government to scale up, there can be a bottom-up implementation of solar? And can plans like this be funded? I hope my question makes sense, yeah? Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question. I think one probably possible answer I can give from the industry side is that that's of course one solution that can be, it might be one of the 14 solutions that Sonia mentioned earlier. And it's already being implemented actually, bottom-top approach. It cannot be the only thing though, because the scale would be very much limited and it would be a fraction of how much we need to contribute to the total green energy or clean energy supply mix we need in the countries. In terms of financing, probably it's a bit more challenging because a lot of the development and commercial banks would look at, I think, bankability requirements, scale, off-takers, right? Who's buying the power, reliability. So I think in terms of financing, that might be a bit more challenging to be able to secure. But I think it's definitely one of the things which are already happening. But again, the fraction of the contribution would be much smaller as well.
From a ISA perspective, how would this be looked at?
I agree with what Fatima said. Yes, we already have such models that our banks would struggle to lend to something like that. We do not fund separate projects like as is when it comes to us. We go through the governments as we support. So we wouldn't be able to finance something like what you've just now said. Even in a blended finance mechanism, it has to come through the right channels and it works through it. Then we could look at an option like that. And the United States, I mean, we look at supporting SIDS, smaller and development states, and least developed countries. And the United States governments, we believe, is able to fund, not that, if not that project, many such projects, including the finance sector, which is quite strong within that area.
But if a program like this was part of a national program of an ISA member country, where it was taking the responsibility and funding initiatives at a sector level or a watershed level or a district level, could that be emphasized as an investment vehicle? Okay, that's exactly where I'm coming from, because we're all looking top down to solve the problem, but there's a huge potential coming bottom up. And that's what we are doing for integrated landscape management, not waiting for the top, but starting with the communities and the landscape. So that's very
Sure.
Thank you.
So I will add to my colleague. So we have 9 thematic programs, like you see. One of them is the mini grids, and mini grids is something which is community based. And we have many, many models. The best practices are in India, the mini grid has to be in some villages also. And, it's a very innovative model. My colleague is here that, this telecom tower, they require the load. So, when you tie up with the main load, because it always has to be up, and then you supply the electricity around that community. So mini grid is one of the very flagship program, and it is a community-based program. It's a very, very successful program. And even in the G20, it is one of the mini grids which it is by the ISA, it has been taken lead forward. But I can introduce my colleague. He can add more than he's a person who's looking the program.
Well, thank you, Shishir sir. And thank you for asking this very important question. Yes, it's quite a bit difficult when we talk about giving too much pressure onto the government, but it totally depends upon the cluster of population density. Because when there's a higher population density, the government will be going to invest on the grid segment. But when there are several number of villages where the population density is quite on a lower side, then the distributed system will be going to come. Now, when we talk about the financing part, then you cannot only depend on the funding agency. You have to be dependent on the government perspective, funding agency, as well as you have to ensure that like the Fatima said, that you require a particular developer has to see the bankability of the project. So to make a project sustainable, you require a proper collective cohesive way of implementation of the project, which also include the part of the community segment, which is need to be done. So it's a challenge, but yes, it can be doable.
We just need the right instruments and the right policies to support this. So we are doing something similar in integrated landscape management for regenerative agriculture.
True.
And I think if the solar and the FPO could be taken along on a digital backbone, that's a great implementation.
Absolutely.
But I appreciate all your inputs. Thanks very much. Thank you.
I just want to add one thing, if that's okay, and that's just I want to come back to link what you've been saying about distributed solar with something Jim said, which is that he, they did a solar installation and then it worked or signed a PPA, And it worked out so well that they're getting a check in the post every month, paying them back, right? Because that's how the power prices have moved. And indeed, if you think of the 25 million households around the world that have placed a bet on solar, they are seeing a reduction in their energy bills, which is almost the same as receiving a check in the post every month, right? It's just that you see it on your energy bills. And so, that needs to be one of our core messages. Bet on solar and you will get a check in the post every month, one way or another. And I think that must be the best selling point of the best advert anyone has ever made for any drink or technology in the world. With that, I have to leave. I'm so sorry, but back to you.
Thank you so much, Sonia. I think she also concluded for me. So I'll request Joshua to please give concluding remarks so that we can close the session. And thank you to everyone.
Thank you, Sonia, as you leave. Thank you to EY and to NISA for being able to organize that. And also thank you for my fellow panelists for being here today and adding. Thank you for the good questions that you asked and we were able to interact and review. Please do feel free to stay back and talk to any one of us from the team. If you have any further questions, we'd like to thank you again for being here this afternoon.